You can sign off or. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention because our meeting is about to begin. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable, our keynote speakers, dear all presenter and participant in this conference, welcome back to the International Theological Conference on the Land and in the Sea. It's a pleasure to me to welcome you all here. So, before we start our conference, let me lead us in prayer. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, thank you for your blessing to us. Now, we will continue our conference today. Please give us strength and spirit so we can do it all well. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main program. So without any further ado, I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Elia Magam, to lead our conference today. Dr. Magam, please, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lara. Yeah, we will continue our conference this morning with two keynote speakers. The first one is Professor Chamakonda, and the second one is Reverend Dr. Frederick Tuka. We will have for the first presentation by Professor Kaunda, we will have 1.5 hours, and Professor Kaunda, you will have like about 45 minutes to present your paper, and then will be followed by Q&A. I have read your papers. It is really, really interesting. In my study, I also focus on chromatology, and chromatology in connection with the sea. So it's water, but salt water. So I believe your paper will be very helpful for me and other participants as well. So you can introduce yourself for like 1 or 2 minutes, and then you can continue with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity. I hope everybody can hear me. I am deeply honored for this invitation. It's sometimes you have no words. I met Professor Ira Mangelilo when we were in Thailand. That was last year. And then we had some encounters. And from encountering each other, then we have a relationship. It's just amazing how certain encounters with people, they become so transformed and also transform our lives and our own existence on earth. And I'm so grateful for the friendship with Professor Mangelilo, and I'm so grateful to the chair for the introduction. My name is Chamakonda. I'm originally from Zambia. At the moment, I'm working at Yonsei University. We have a program which is called Global Institute of Theology, and we have quite a number of students who are studying with us from Indonesia, and it has been such an honor to have so many young people who are brilliant coming to study with us. One of my previous students was actually presenting yesterday. I couldn't just attend because I had some other engagement in the university. We are still in the middle of a semester, so it's kind of challenging to move between things. His name is Franz. So he was presenting a paper yesterday, and it was an honor to actually journey with him and engage into the work he was doing, which is very brilliant, in fact. So I'm honored once again to talk to all of you, and thank you so much once again for the invitation. So today I'm looking at waters of living, the rivers of living waters as my study. So I'm looking at three elements which I have, in fact, combined together when you look at this, which is first of all, the spirit, waters, and witness. What I've done is to bring the plurality of waters as my aspect. So you will see in the paper that I sent, which is not fully edited, so because I wanted to just prove that I was actually going to be presenting. So you'll see that there is interchangeability in terms of my usage of the words water in a singular and waters. Part of that is coming from Genesis, because Genesis in the first chapter tend to use the word the waters in a plural sense. And I wanted to maintain that aspect, but at the same time, retain the dimension of singularity in its use as well. And the very idea of rivers of living water is coming from the book of John. So John chapter 4, which talks about those who believe in me, out of their bellies shall flow the streams of waters, in that kind of context. So let me just give a way of introduction into this. So I'm putting some of the visual elements into my talk so that you can understand what is going on, a part of our discussion today. So the topic, like talking about water, is not just something from abstract. In fact, it's a reality that we are facing today, the challenge. The waters are actually depleting on Earth, and we are facing a very, very serious challenge. It was, I think, in 2021 in South Africa, they had completely no water. It was so challenging for Cape Town, and it was on the news that people are having serious shortage of water to that extent. I imagine a situation if we reached a moment on our planet Earth when there would be completely no water, and we have to be buying water for everything that we do, not just the bottled water that we buy today, but for our very existence. And I'm sure that will be very, very difficult at that moment. So the primary aim of this talk is to introduce a pneumatology of witness. And I want you to focus so much on the concept of witness, not withinness, not witness. In the context of a biblical tradition, especially when you go into the book of Acts chapter 1, the book of Acts uses the concept, shall be my witnesses. Witnesses, not witnesses. So my argument, there's a paper, if you go online, you'll find it, which I introduced the concept, which is simply mission as witness. I'm trying to make a shift from the colonial understanding of mission as witnessing to the events that are happening, which can bring a possibility of a person standing from a distance, and then they are just witnessing to those events without actually being part of it. But in the context of witnessing, the person who is engaged in witnessing with a T is in fact part of a reality that is unfolding in that order. So they are with the people they are engaging, and they are witnessing to the challenges at the same time. So I have brought the concept of witnessing within the witnessing in this argument that I bring. So this argument now is firmly rooted in the Trinitarian perichoretic relationality, where the divinity with the three entities are in fact tangled in this witnessing themselves to the reality of existing as a Trinity. I have argued in the recent book that I published, looking at this, that in fact, we shouldn't think of the Trinity as a noun, but we should think of the Trinity as a verb. The Trinity is what the three entities, which is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, are actually doing in this context. To be God is, in fact, to act, not necessarily to just be a being in the more Western understanding, but in the sense of engage the reality of God. So the God is something that is constantly produced through this perichoretic relationship of Trinitarian engagement within the three elements in that way. So before I go that, let me take you briefly to the waters. So the waters, particularly as a liquid on the surface of the earth, have played a major role on the global stage as a witness in that, not witness just, but as a witness of anthropogenic environmental alterations. When you look at the picture on my right side, it's actually depicting a reality of the water is actually depleting and everything is drying up. And just this picture itself is in fact witnessing to the challenges that we are facing today in our world, the environment that we have acted in a way that has actually brought destruction to our own world. So in the Anthropocene era that we are living in today, the earth's waters have experienced anthropogenic cruelty of humanity, which includes the challenge of providing fresh water to nearly 10 billion people living on the planet today. There is a big population of people. And the challenge that we have with our own cruelty towards the water is that one day we may not have the fresh water to drink at all, because the water is actually evaporating at an alarming rate in our world today. So it is crucial to articulate a missiology of waters, according to my argument, from the perspective of the wounded waters. That our waters, again, when you look at the picture, are wounded, in fact. We have wounded the waters that we are part of. So the perspective of wounded waters, recognizing the negative effects of human action on water bodies that we have. It was, I think, 2 years ago, when the oil was spilled over the Atlantic and so many creatures that died during that time. And these things have continued. The plastics that are being thrown over and over into the seas. And many creatures are experiencing death in that way. So that we are constantly wounding the water in the way we are interacting with the water in our world today. So the theology of witness resonates in more specifically, to just bring the positionality of my paper, with Pentecostal thought systems. So I come from a Pentecostal perspective, because even myself, I'm part of that. So there is a level of biasness in terms of what I'm talking today from that perspective, just to give you a positionality as well, which encompass attributes such as incarnate ability, liquidity, watery, multiplicity, natality, and liminality. All these concepts, you find them in the ongoing Pentecostal imagination around the world in many varying degrees as well. So quoting from Harvey Cox from Harvard, the paper, the work that he did, that it was in 1995, some time back, Fire from Heaven. He said, the Pentecostalism could be described as the rediscovery of the sacred in the immanent, that is within, the spiritual within the material world. Just briefly on this. At the beginning of Pentecostalism in 1900, the Pentecostal had taken a very otherworldly imagination, where they saw everything towards movement toward heaven. But then there was this radical shift. Some of us, we may not appreciate what prosperity gospel has done, which has been negative in many ways. I'm not supporting it. But the prosperity gospel reshuffled the Pentecostal worldview towards the material world. And when this happened, the Pentecostal began to rediscover itself as a movement of this worldliness, where the Spirit of God is now experienced much more in terms of material existence, rather than just going to heaven. So it brought this level of rediscovery of the sacred within the world itself, that God can in fact act and change the human experiences in this world. Quite reductionist in terms of engagement, but there is something that we can still draw from by this rediscovery in a different way. And at the very heart of this rediscovery of the sacred within the natural world is the Bible. The Bible in the Pentecostal tradition is so important, and I've brought it in here because the Bible is a symbolic presence of divine witness, offering a means of understanding and connecting with God's creation. Within the Pentecostal system of thought, there is no way of understanding and interacting with God without, at first and foremost, understanding what God is within the biblical tradition. So the Bible holds this very prominent space in the Pentecostal tradition to a large extent that most Pentecostals tend to read it literally. And I'm not going to be reading the Bible here in a literal sense, as most Pentecostals do, but I'm doing it in a much more critical understanding of some of these aspects as we move into the biblical tradition as well. So the Bible is not just a mere text in Pentecostal world. The Bible is in fact an animated element. It is a living site of divine witness with creation. What could be known about God's engagement and interactions with the world in this tradition is written in the Bible. So the Bible is so crucial in terms of understanding the voice of the Lord. What is it that God is trying to do in the world? How we should understand and participate in the drama of God. To a large extent, Pentecostals see this almost continuity of a story of God. That God who created in Genesis is still fully engaged with creation. Is not absent at all, but is in fact engaging creation, transforming it towards the climax with its eschatological dimension. So this kind of creation continua, which is a continuation of creation within God, in the redemptive story of God. So Pentecostals see themselves, in fact, entering into the Bible itself and participating in this unfolding drama of God, the story of God that is unfolding, that is continuously happening. And the same God who has been acting in the past is still doing what he was doing in the past. That's why you find prophetic imagination around Pentecostalism. You find healing and all miracle quests that Pentecostals tend to focus on when they are engaging with the Bible. And therefore, for me, especially coming from this tradition, to engage Pentecostalism, it's very important for the mission of theology of order to be viable. It needs to stay close to the pulse of a life. And that pulse is the Bible. There is no way that in the Pentecostal tradition, the theology could be accepted if it lacks the engagement with the Bible. Because the Bible is in fact in the hands of ordinary people. It's not just in the hands of scholars. It's not a book that God has given to the scholars. It's a book that is given to the ordinary people who read it and engage it. So I'm bringing the Bible hermeneutics in terms of my engagement to also stay within the context of Pentecostal imagination. So let me take you now to the framing of my thinking about this, which I call pneumatological witness, in terms of, so bringing the dimension of the Holy Spirit in terms of mission work, which has been very, very important within the Pentecostal tradition. So to talk about this concept, the concept of witness approaches actually that the reality through the lens of togetherness, and I'm quoting here from David Bosch, Transforming Mission, interdependence, and symbiosis. These facets, which are togetherness, interdependence, and symbiosis, provide the basis for a co-epistemology, mutual epistemology, meaning this knowledge that is produced in relationship with other people, with creation, with God, and with other things as well. So co-epistemology fostering inclusive and mutual partaking in the divine reality or in the divine life. So the human beings and all creation are in fact engaged or participate or share in the divine life. The life that we live on earth is not our own, in the Pentecostal tradition, but it's something that is God's, and all of us are just participating in this life. So witness merges the two concepts here to bring you to this. The first concept, which is coming from the book of Acts chapter 1 verse 8, you shall be my witnesses, and the concept or the idea of God with us in Matthew chapter 1 verse 23, you shall call him Emmanuel, God with us. So wherein witness is both comprehended and actualized within the context of witness. So God is with us, is witnessing to the challenges of the world, is engaged witnessing, transforming the reality by being with us, not from afar or from standing from aloof, as it were. So this concept elucidates that we are not mere outsiders participating in the divine life or in the world that we are, or we are confined to our small local churches, and then we are just coming out of these local churches to engage the world. In fact, we are fully with this world, fully engaged with the world, not just as a small group, but with other religions, with other people who don't even believe. We are fully with everything in this world, participating all of us together, whether people agree with the divine element of existence, they are all fully participating in this life, because all life, whether of other religion or those who don't believe in God, is the life of one and the same living God. So that the divine life is always becoming intrinsic to our own existence. We are not outsiders to this life. It is becoming intrinsic. It's becoming fully who we are as we participate into this. And I think we can appreciate Paul's argument here. For in him we live, move, and have our being, or our very existence, into that kind of things that we are doing. So my thinking on this one is that my thinking is enshrined in the argument that waters exert a profound impact on the historical formation and ongoing evolution of religious imaginaries around the world. And I think if you don't agree with me with many other things that I'm going to say, but you come to agree with me on this one, and probably you do agree with this one, because the religions and their sacred scriptures and oral tradition for those without scriptures from all corners of the world, in various ways or different ways, bestow a sacred view upon or sacralize the waters. There is a way that the waters are perceived as sacred in many varying degrees. Even in Christianity, where people don't fully appreciate the water, there is a level that the water still finds a level of sacredness in their perception of it, especially in the context of baptism, in the context of other things that people tend to do. So the reverence for waters is a shared element across diverse religious beliefs and practices, transcending geographical and cultural boundaries. So you can see from this picture, people reverencing and engaging, offering rituals in the context of water. So many religious systems exhibit diverse sacred views of waters, encompassing myths of creation. If you go into especially indigenous worldviews, you find a lot of myths of creation. They are related to waters as well. If you talk about science itself, you find that evolution itself and life itself has been thought of as evolving out of the waters. So water libations that are involved, the pouring of water for ancestors and divinities or other spirit beings, the rites of passage, and most of these rite passage, you can follow them from birth to death. There are all these rituals that involve water in many different ways, and even sexual cleansing rituals in many contexts as well. So the reverence for the waters extends to ancestral venerations, highlighting the interconnections of waters in these indigenous worlds with belief systems about the afterlife. So the water actually extends from the physical dimension into the afterlife in terms of its connecting these realities in these world views. So I've put here the spirit of waters that makes the water to flow. So the waters are this intrinsic, and I use the concept intrinsic deliberately, this inherent, intrinsic spiritual significance, and are perceived as a generative force of God. And I'm moving toward Genesis, and when I begin to talk like that here, leading to the association of spirits and divinities as forces that control the flow of the waters. In many places, you hear certain places of the watery bodies where people argue that there's a spirit that controls things there. And if you do wrong stuff, those spirits may not be happy with you, and things may go wrong if you try to pass through those spaces, as it were. So coming into the African context, which I'm familiar with here, so that I don't essentialize too much, certain waterscapes were believed to emanate heightened spiritual, I want you to focus, heightened spiritual energies, and were seen as under the control of independent spiritual forces at work in these spaces. We can also say that they are not just independent, but rather sites, these spaces were sites of divine spiritual energies, where they were intensified or concentrated. That the spiritual energies of God are concentrated in these specific spaces or sites, as it were. So in many of these places, you find that the names that were given to these forces or these spaces that occupied spiritual landscapes were attributes of God, especially in the context where I come from. And most of these names are actually shared between these spiritual forces and human beings, because the context where I come from, the name is heritage. So the name is not an individual possession. The name belongs to all people. So when you say Chama, for instance, my name is not just mine. It's something I've inherited from generations and generations of people who are and this name has also links to spiritual dimensions as well. So, and these forces, they believe that they were at work, as it were. So it was as if they acknowledged that these energies were manifestations of different attributes of God in act of creation. So you find names that were given would be also names that are also describing a particular attribute of God. But this name is also referring to a spiritual force that is at work within this specific place or water body, as it were. So there's this kind of interaction. Even the way the spirits are defined, it's not that these spirits are completely independent from the spiritual, from the ultimate being, but they are actually the attributes or fractions of the same reality of this divinity, as it were, like attributes. So let me now take you into the context of Genesis when we're talking about this context. In the beginning, which is very important, the Spirit of God over the waters. This is a very familiar text that we all share in the Christian context. So the Hebrew spirituality affirms a profound interconnection between the Spirit and the primordial waters in creation, especially in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2, where the Spirit of God is connected. In the beginning, God created. The Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. The waters are mentioned in connection with the Spirit from the very beginning. Before any other things are mentioned, the waters are actually part of this creative presence of God in the world. And that piece is important. And I just want to also emphasize it. When we are talking about the Genesis creation story, we're not talking about a very scientific story that can be proven. In fact, many scholars argue that we should think of this as a liturgy, a doxology, a praise before God, rather than something that we should think as a scientific proven text, but as a liturgy. It's like a myth that is found even in other traditions that we are engaging here. We are talking about this liturgy before God. In the beginning, God created. And this should be also engaged in a context of Israel when they were struggling in exile. That's what some scholars also argue, that they were struggling in the exile. So when they begin to talk about the God who creates, they are connecting it to the experiences that no individual human being has authority over another human being's life, because life comes from God. And because it comes from God, no human being has power over another human being's life. And I think we have to extend that even in the context of creation, because creation is a result of God's own action. No human being or any part of creation has the right to dominate or domesticate creation at all in any way, in that sense. So the notion of waters has a very significant role as the foundational force of life in the Hebrew tradition, representing this primordial energy that facilitated the creation of the entire universe and establishes profound connections between different ecosystems. The waters were from the beginning as a creative force, the abyss of God's creation from the very beginning. So the narrative of Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 underscores this, an inseparable link between the creative spirit and the waters. There is this interaction between the spirit and the waters. There is a radical relationship that is existing. The spirit is moving over this abyss of waters, almost like somebody says, stirring this primordial soup into existence, as you can say. So the Spirit of God is circulated and hovered over the face of the waters when the heavens and the earth were an indivisible realm that may emerged as part of the creative watery chaos. The very freedom to create, if we are to quote other scholars like Jack Derrida, the very freedom to create is arising from this primordial abyss of waters that were being stirred by the Spirit of God from the beginning. This very first mention of the concept of waters in Genesis, I think, carries forward, if we follow evangelical traditions and they are thinking about the first mention of the word, that the first mention will always carry forward the meaning into other spaces where it is mentioned in the scriptures. So this first mention of the waters are connected to the creative power of God and the Spirit. And I believe whenever this concept is used in the Bible, it also carries this creative power of God who is creating things in the world. So this connection implies that both the earth and the heavens are intricately intertwined with watery energies in their distinctive and unique manners. The nature of the waters resists this rigid and dichotomy distinctions between the spirit and nature or creation. The spirit is over the waters. There's no rigidness where we can completely bring a distinction between the spirit and the waters. Because all the way through the scriptures, you'll find this dimension of the energies of the presence of water and the redemptive work of God all the way through into the eschatological dimensions of the biblical witness to this reality as well. As much as we can argue that life can thrive in other liquids in the cosmos, if we go scientifically, there are potential and possibilities that there are liquids where life can thrive beyond just the water. But when we bring it to the earth here, the liquid waters are not only vital for life, but the very essence that sustains life on earth. It's impossible that life on earth can survive if the waters, especially liquid form, completely was to evaporate. The idea of waters plays this fundamental and decisive role in the conceptualization of cosmic redemptive narrative in Christian faith. The scriptures unveil the inseparable connection between God and waters, evident in both the original act of creation and the continuous process of redemption. You can see so many scriptures that talk about water, this movement. The water is a symbol of redemption in the biblical traditions as well. So we can talk about God's redemptive intentions that are clearly evident in the instances of judgment, as seen in the great deluge or the flood waters of Genesis chapter 6, that comes to cleanse the world, the redemption of God. It comes also the redemptive, liberating function of waters in Exodus. When the Red Sea is parted by God, and the children of Israel are able to walk on dry grounds, and they get to the other side. And those who had not faith in the power of God in this redemption, they all drowned behind, as it were. So the waters also carry an eschatology. So we can talk, there is a creative element of water. Second, redemptive and liberative function of water in the biblical tradition. And there is a third, if we are to move in a more bigger way, the eschatological implications of the waters. As God promise is to lead his people, that's in the Deuteronomy, into a land of brooks of water, of fountains and springs that flow out of valleys and hills. But much more, the eschatological dimension that comes in Revelation 22 verse 1, that there is this space where the water, the water of life, the healing of people that comes into that as well. So there is this eschatological dimension, the movement that comes and the continuation of this creation. Because if you read again the Revelation 22, it talks about healing for nations, which means this healing is also a continuous movement towards eschatology. It's a redemptive element of human existence as well. So the redemptive and eschatological significance of the waters is clear in Jesus' theology of the kingdom of God. That's a third dimension, excuse me. That's a fourth dimension, in fact, that you can look at. The theology of the kingdom of God. And his argument, if you look again in John chapter 3, is that unless one is born of water and Spirit, almost bringing back Genesis into the context of Jesus's incarnation, born of water and Spirit. And within the Pentecostal tradition, this is very, very important. You have to be born again, born of water and the Spirit, bringing again this link between these two dimensions of life, which you can follow up in that way. So the idea of waters operates beyond the constraints of a present moment, extending its influence first into the realms of the past, the beginning of creation, and the consummation of all things. From the beginning to the very end and to the eternity, the water has this very powerful, symbolic, pneumatic element attached to it in the biblical tradition. So the simple question that we have to ask is this: what are the implications of considering a theology of waters within the context of a pneumatological witness? So I'll be bringing this to the conclusion so that I don't eat up all your time. So the watery witnessing spirit, look again, the watery witnessing spirit, that idea that I bring now to what I'm talking about. So waters maintains, as we have already seen in this huge framework from indigenous tradition, all the regions of the world, where whatever you can mention, Islam, indigenous religions, all of them, they have this sacral element about the water. Water baptism in the Christian faith is also coming in terms of death and resurrection. There's an element that attaches to this dimension of waters. So waters maintain this palpable presence of the witnessing spirit in the Christian sense, much more specifically now. So whenever human beings are thirsty and drink, bathe, wash, dehydrate, eat, see the watery body, or observe the rainfall, the witness presence of a spirit is metaphorically actively at play in their lives and around them. We can never escape from the water. We long for it. You see, just in a few minutes when I felt like my throat is becoming a little bit crunchy, I had to run to the water to help me talk, because it's so powerful an element for the human existence, for all creation to exist, at least on the planet Earth. Without this liquid, in its various states, it can be in terms of gaseous, it can be in terms of ice. Without it, we are in trouble. Today we are talking about the ice that are melting. You can hear the challenges around the world, how we are experiencing climate change, because we need even this highest form of it for us to still continue living in a normal environment. We need the liquid form of water. We need it as well, the gaseous dimensions of it, but it maintains its presence, like this witnessing presence of the Spirit around us. So to grasp the fullness of God, our understanding, interpretation, and interaction with all components of a cosmos must be comprehensive. Look at the concept of comprehensive, not just in terms of a small element. We want it to be comprehensive, full in terms of how we understand our existence in this world. Comprehensive, that there is nothing that is here on earth by accident, or anything that we see around us is a tool that we need for our own benefit, but it's part of this divine element, breath, or life, which is around all of us as well. God, as a creator, possesses the ultimate intention and purpose of all existence, not human beings. So in a way, creation mirrors God's eternal joy in crafting all things. They are fashioned for the divine pleasure, as some biblical traditions also witnesses. What am I trying to say? Creation itself is a physical manifestation of God's creative attribute as the ultimate creator. So you can think of it, if creativity is an attribute of God, what we see all around us is the manifestation of this attribute of God in the world. So it also means that to participate in God's mission, we must first and foremost acknowledge the inherent relationality of creation in relation to God. God is the life of creation. Creation doesn't have its own independent existence and life. Creation is the breath of God. It's the life of God. It participates in God's life, as it were. So God's action in creation is a manifestation of God's eternal attribute of creativity, encompassing not only human beings, but also the entirety of the universe, both spiritual and physical. Creation is the physical attribute of God. If you look at Romans, all the attributes of God have been manifested, being seen by what God has created. It's a physical manifestation of the attribute of God. I'm not saying the manifestation of God, I want you to listen, but the attribute of God. Remember, God has many intrinsic attributes, and one of them is creativity. Creation is a physical manifestation of God's attribute. In fact, you can argue in a more problematic way that what you see in the world is God manifested as an attribute in the world. God himself is a manifested creation as an attribute, not the fullness of God, but the attribute aspect of the divine, which means God cannot be subsumed in creation because it's just one aspect, which is the attribute of God. So every aspect of the universe is ontologically connected to the nature of God as God's attribute in that sense. This also means that whenever whatever we do to any of these elements of the world, we are essentially or fundamentally doing it to God, not just to that thing. I have argued somewhere else that, in fact, when you destroy something in this earth, that is done to God. You are wounding God. God is constantly wounded in our own actions in this world. This also means to describe God as the water of life is to create a powerful lens through which to perceive the boundless qualities of a divinity. We see this God who is present, creating life out of this chaos of our existence. The waters around us, they are constantly getting through us, rejuvenating us. The Spirit of God reviving us, reinvigorating our existence every single time, every minute of our lives, because our systems are completely filled with the waters of life. as it were. We are this quality of existence. So the Spirit is aquatically embodied as the infinite water of life, which sustains, transforms, refreshes, and renews creation. In a sense, the waters are the presence of a deep flow of a Spirit's transformative power and God's relationship with the physical world. Therefore, witnessing or witness with creation is what God does as God who is with creation. God is in creation, but not just in creation. God is with creation, and God is fully engaged in bringing about transformation to this world. So God's nature is inseparable from the creative action of witness with the Trinity and with creation. Acting is itself an attribute of God. God acts in the world, acts in the Trinity, as God is the eternal action of life. Eternally, God acts perichoretically within the Trinity, but then in creation as well. So God is a verb, is what the three entities do. In fact, at the foundation of Christianity, what distinguishes Christianity is that there are three elements that constantly act together to be God. It's almost like this, the eternal decision that has taken place from ages to ages, that the three of them can only be God as the three of them. There isn't in Christianity a one singular God. The monotheistic dimension of Christianity is not a number, is what God does in terms of action. This inherent trinitizing, if I were to use that word, forever trinitizing it themselves as God into this action as well. So the active presence of God's witnessing or witness, in which the church is an active participant, is far from being neutral. It's not neutral. It's not on in between. As I think some scholars have argued, even others, if you decide to be neutral in the context of oppression, you have already chosen the side of the oppressors. It's the same thing in the church. The church cannot be neutral in the context where a number of people are likely to have no water in the few years to come. To do that, in fact, is to choose to act to the contrary of the will of God. So rather, the action of God stands as an eternal manifestation of God's liberating essence. God is engaged in this world to bring about life in it, in that way. So let me conclude now. So waters, as I've been saying, embody the presence of a witnessing spirit within the fabric of creation. We can even argue that actually the presence of waters is the presence of a spirit of life around us, at least in our world. When Jesus proclaims that the living waters will flow from within, welling up to eternity, he beckons us to acknowledge the inherent pneumatic living waters, both within us and pervading the whole cosmos in various states, in the Spirit bringing the eschatology into the now. He argues, welling up into eternity. We are connected already in the very now to eternity through this outflow of the Spirit of God in our lives, in creation. There is this continuous link into our existence. So we can talk of the eschatology not just of a future, rather the eschatology of a moment, as some scholars have it. There is this nowness to our understanding of eschatology. And what we do with the waters, we are fundamentally doing it to God in a different way. So to claim participation in pneumatological witness entails primarily recognizing the Spirit's presence within the waters through acts of redemption, reverence, and healing. This perspective calls for a shift, and this is important. The shift, what will change our engagement with the world is not just ideas, in fact. It's the shift in the perception of the world from very Isaac Newtonian understanding of reality as a mechanistic system, just like a machine that we can, in fact, interpret and observe from a distance, or we can witness to unfolding in the universe, to perceiving this reality as witness. We are with this reality, and it's a living system. The waters are life, and they flow into the streams of our world constantly. So this perception shift and interaction with the waters is itself a liberating, redemptive perception. In some other places, I've argued that we need to start thinking about everyday redemption of our actions. In this world, our actions as human beings are not neutral. Every single action that we take as anything else. And thanks to the internet today, we can see that just one person far off gets coronavirus. The whole entire world is affected by it, because one action has implication for the entire universe. When there is no water in one context of our world, it's injustice all over the world. I think that's what Martin Luther said in a more paraphrased way. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. You are misusing water anywhere is misusing it everywhere as well. For the waters are a symbol of a spirit with us. So thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much. I really appreciate this moment. I would welcome all the questions and interaction and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I think you are on fire.
Wonderful.
But water will diminish fire. So, all right. Yeah, it's time for us for the Q&A session, and for all participants, you can raise your hand and then you can deliver your questions directly to Professor Kaunda, or you can write it down in the chat room, and we will read that question for Professor Kaunda. While we're waiting for those questions to come up, I have some questions, Professor Kaunda. Oh, after me, Dr. Magililo will give questions as well. It is very interesting to talk about, to listen to your pneumatological witness, and I really enjoy your discussions on the spirit in creation, the spirit offer waters. But my question is, how you bring the Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, the spirit offers over to your witness pneumatology. So because in Genesis it seems to me that it is not witness but overness, so to speak. So how you bridge this text into and then use it as the foundation to construct your pneumatological witness. That's the first question. The second one, how does the witness with water in your pneumatological perspective, how does that witness look like in the context of our effort to overcome water crisis. It seems to me that with the notion of witness, we can work with water to overcome water crisis. That's what I can understand. Is that true? And or you have different understanding or different way of explaining how our understanding of witness with water help us to see how we work with water in overcoming water crisis. So that's the two questions. I will leave the last one, and because some other participants will also give their questions.
Yeah.
But you can start with those two questions.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate those very, very, very important questions that you have raised. Partly, I have done many connections. So there is the Genesis elements of the hovering. I think the idea of the hovering over the waters, I think is a key element, because the hovering there is in fact like brooding over. It's like incubating life into something. If you use the chicken analogy, it's almost like incubating, staring reality into that. This very process of staring, hovering, securative hovering in that way is itself witness, is with the waters in that way. It depends on how you look at it. The spirit is not away from the waters, is in fact engaged in this very action of hovering, securative movement that the Spirit of God is doing. It's almost like stirring the waters. If you go in indigenous world views and you talk about the idea of stirring, for instance, they would have this huge spoon, and then they are stirring like the stuff they are doing. Somewhat like the Spirit of God is engaged in this very indigenous stirring movement of things in that way. So that is in fact witness. In fact, you can argue, even if you are a little bit reckless in your argument, that what happens in the story of the incarnation is already being depicted in the story of Genesis. Because God who is with us is in fact is reflecting the Spirit who is always with creation from the beginning in that way. So I can also argue in a different way. Why I focus so much without coming clear to the implications of the connection between the water crisis and what is because human beings don't just live in the world like other things. Human beings make meaning out of this world. If the meanings are wrong, the action follow that direction. If our engagement with the world is based on wrong notion of things, those things are in trouble already. It's just everything about everything. When we talk about classism, we talk about sexism, we talk about gender, we talk about anything. Even the very idea of capitalism, when it's interpreted where people are seen as instruments for profiting, then the people are reduced to things. In that way, the meaning that is attached to human beings is instrumental rather than life-giving. So if our engagement with the waters is based on utility, for instance, then the waters will always be abused in that context. Just like human beings will be abused by capitalist mindset, just like anything is abusable by human beings, because the human being live in the world through meaning. So meaning is much more critical, and we have to dwell on bringing this right thinking in terms of things in our world. So the idea of witness is partly to begin with this thinking. How do we begin to have right thinking about waters? So then we move from this dichotomy of witnessing to the waters, as much as we bring it into witness with the water, because we are already engaged with the water. And then right actions will flow out of this. That's why this in the liberation theology in the past, they focused on this movement. Critical reflection, then action. Again, to reflection, then action, until the action and the reflection are in line with each other, we'll always have a problem. I think it's Aquinas who argued at some point that a wrong interpretation of the world or creation, or the wrong interpretation of God, will always lead to wrong interpretation of creation as well. So human action always flows from the way we interpret reality. So we are talking about water crisis. In other words, we are talking about human interaction with the water, how human perceive the water, and I think that's why I came to that conclusion, how human beings interact with with the waters. If human beings are abusing it, it's in many small ways. It's in the homes, how the home, we train our children to actually appreciate the usage of water. It's in the church, how the churches can give attention to the water. That when we are baptizing people in this water, we are actually talking about a reality that is connected to our own faith and our own redemption. And therefore, we cannot just treat it as a thing to be wasted, but something that is part of our very existence in our own churches as well. So do we preach sermons that transform human engagement with this reality? Then that engagement will flow as well in that. And I'm sorry I didn't go deeper into that because I'm not so much coming from a practical theology. So I wanted to give, first of all, the framing of the idea into this. And then from this idea, probably we can now begin to bring elements and that can be very practical theological engagement, as it were. So that's what I think from my side.
Amazing. Thank you very much. The next question coming from Dr. Mangelino. Yes, yeah, please.
Wow, thank you so much. That's so much fire there. Really appreciate that. I think I have two questions for you. Number one is that it's a little bit similar to Elias' questions. Like when we talk about the Genesis, we talk about the spirit in the water, and in Genesis, like the spirit of flying over the water. So in Old Testament, because I'm reading the Hebrew Bible, scholars say that we have the influence of Enuma Eli's story. There's an influence of Enuma's story in the story of creation in Genesis 1, and there's a sense that the spirit fought against the water to overcome the water, which is named as Tehom. And that's why we have the sense of the fear of water. Like when we read the story of Jonah, how the water was like such a roaring water, roaring sea, and that's when people did some rituals, including threw Jonah's into the water in order to calm the water. So how you respond to that kind of understanding? And the second one is that it is interesting to talk about different religions that you already mentioned, like the picture you shown us is that it's from Bali, so that's from the Hindu religion, and also Christianity and different parts. But then also like in Indonesia, especially in West Timor, where I live right now, we also have these tribal beliefs that tend to see that there's a good spirit, and that's the bad spirit. And most of the time when water, especially the sea, when there's like what is that? What we call it? Tsunami, or water just got so bad that we said that there's because the bad spirit just drives the kind of waters. So how we are going to respond to that? Because now we have this wonderful things that you said, and I really agree to that. But then how we talk to people, especially in my context, that still see waters and still see the spirit in that kind of understanding. bad spirit, good spirit, and that's why we have such rituals to tame the bad spirit, to make bad spirit, to be friend with bad spirit. We know that we cannot resist bad spirit, but we only can accept that its presence and then befriend it. So how you respond to such
Let me begin with the very last question, because it's a very common in many indigenous populations to look at these two dimensions. So there is a bad spirit and then there's a good spirit. But I think most of us in the Christian context, the challenge that we have is that we have not given much attention to studying these rituals and understand them from their own perspective. So we interpret them often from outside and just see this clear-cut bad, good spirit in terms of interpretation. But when you go closer to some of them, I'm not very sure about Indonesia, and I think that would be very good for research. When you go closer in some of these same contexts in Africa, you find that this very clear dichotomy between good and bad spirit does not clearly exist. Because the same spirit that is conceived as bad in terms of bringing the tsunami, for instance, is the same spirit that is seen as good in terms of stabilizing the waters. So therefore, the question is, when does this good or bad spirit conceived as a spirit? I think most of them, they will tell you about human relationship to these waters. The spirit becomes bad in the context where human interaction is very problematic with these realities. So the human has sinned against these waters, then almost the waters respond in this very negative way. And I think in the English context, that's where we say it's a bad. And I think there's also a problem when we are using English language, when we are talking about what is bad or what is good in this context sometimes. So this human relationship has always been very, very important in terms of human interaction with reality. For instance, during the coronavirus, I heard of these African people who started doing this appeasing the ancestors because they believed that the coronavirus came as a result of wrong engagement with creation. Human beings has not interacted well with creation. So creation is out to revenge on this evil interaction. In fact, an evil is fundamental from the human action perspective in relation to these spirits, rather than the spirit themselves being bad. So it becomes an interpretation that we are offering in terms of the experience that we are now experiencing as a result of our own contrary engagement with this creation or with these realities. So it gets this challenging in terms of human action. So as long as the human action is holy towards this creation are completely stable because there is this symbiosis interaction. So once this is destroyed by human action, then it's almost like there is this destabilization. For instance, when you talk about sickness in many African indigenous worldview, they don't see it in a very mechanical sense of sickness. They see in terms of things out of they use a concept that things have come out of the order. So as long as human beings is interacting in a good way, in relationship with these things, the order is maintained in these spheres. But when human beings do wrong things, it's like they've gone out of order. So the evil is in fact the disorderliness that has been created by human action into these systems. So what I'm saying is we need to, I think, get back and fully understand, because there is always this biblical dimension, which is also very Western in terms of what we understand things when we are interpreting these religious systems. So it's like it forces us to interpret them through the framework that we've been given already. So we also see this clear-cut evil without seeing that actually it's a very, very fluid space that they are dealing with when they are talking about what is evil and what is good in their context. So I think that's a challenge that I'm posing to all of us when you are looking at this. And I think the same thing comes in terms of interpreting the Bible. So what you have said, it's looking at this evil and we have to run away from the floods and what that we are doing. But we are forgetting that actually within the context, like for instance, of Genesis, it is because of human imagination. That's why the floods have come. So if you were to interpret this one in the indigenous context, take God out. Just look at it in indigenous context. These floods are fundamentally the way human beings have acted in the world. It's things gone out of context, gone out of order, and the water is just bubbling out of context. It's like a tsunami they are talking about. When humans have not acted well, and then the whole system just moves out of order and creating this chaos around them as well. So there is a challenge, I think, in terms of our biblical hermeneutics when we are dealing with this. And it's so hard because we've been so equipped to think that way. So to start thinking a different way, it's a challenge that we have to be conscious about ourselves and become just deliberate and intentional when we are interpreting the Bible, taking people step by step so that they can see it in a different way. Because we have already created this meaning. This brings this very clear dichotomy. There is evil, there is good. So when we go to Genesis, when we just see chaos, we see it as bad. And the Spirit of God is trying so much, is so even tired to try to organize it. But in fact, the Spirit of God is drawing life out of it. It's a source of the very life that we become. And I've argued with the student that look at Genesis again. Even when God begins to speak, he speaks into the chaos itself, in the waters. And it's out of his water things are coming out. Even light itself is coming out of it. It's like when you talk about, I was taught to write about blackness. I'm a black person. So let me tell you what I was taught to write. I was taught that, how do you think about white, black, light and darkness? So, and then I started telling them that it's very easy because we have been raised to believe that there is a dichotomy between darkness and light. But what we always don't see is that there is no possibility of seeing the star in the light. The beauty of a star is the darkness. The beauty of revelation is darkness. There is no revelation without darkness. So the world is fundamentally a total darkness. And these small lights that forces us to look towards where it's going rather than to see behind it. So our worldview has taught us we should follow the light, rather than see what is behind that is producing that light. And in fact, when we look behind, then we can see the reality of this dark God who exists in our universe. This reality of total darkness, the divine that is so dark, and from time to time allows us to see small things. It's the smallest thing in the universe because the light is always produced by darkness. And I think this is always a challenge of our hermeneutics when we are reading the Bible and many things. Very problematic. Yes, somebody told me that your interpretation is very problematic for a Pentecostal. I said, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yonder. Yeah, it's interesting to hear your answer to Dr. Pangelilo's questions. Yeah, actually, I have some questions following.
You never stop having them.
Yes, yeah.
But there are also questions in the
chat room.
In the chat. A lot of them. It will take it time to answer.
Yeah. The first one from ABC. How do Africans understand the concept of water as the source of life, especially in relation to Jesus as the source of life in John chapter 4, verses 4 to 15? Is there an abundance of water or shortage of water in Africa as experienced by other countries? Second is, what steps are African communities taking to overcome water shortage? Are there methods implemented by the government and the church to meet people's need for water? If you could share a little bit about that.
Yeah, these are very, very interesting and very important questions. So there are so many countries in Africa, just like in Asia, and all of these countries are also dealing with things in different ways. Sometimes we tend to look at Africa as just one country. No, it's actually, there are 52 countries in Africa with different weather patterns as well. I come from the southern part of Africa, southern central part of Africa, which is Zambia, and we have savanna climate there. And in Zambia, we have quite a lot of water at the moment, fresh water. We are a landlocked country in that way. But most of our neighbors, when you look at the North Africa, there is a huge desert, which is called Sahara Desert. And it has been advancing for a number of years now. So which means most of the people in that part of the world are struggling with water, just like other people. And just when you come to the southern part, on the Namibia side also, there is what is called Namib Desert. It has also been growing rapidly of recently. So which means this is likely to affect Zambia, even part of Zambia, part of Botswana as well, even most probably part of Zimbabwe. So there is a challenge there. There's been also challenges of water in South Africa. In Cape Town, I just mentioned that as well. There are all these challenges. So let's talk about the idea of a spirit. The notion of a spirit in the African context that has been translated in the Bible has different variations, but southern part, which I know very well, there is a concept that is called moya, life, moya or mueo. You know, these are the concepts that usually are translated when they're referring to the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is conceived within the indigenous worldview as life. And that has been very important because that life is in fact as it is shared, not as an individual life, but as a life that is shared by the community, a life that is shared through God. So it's a life that all communities participate in. So what I'm saying when I'm talking about the paper, there are dimensions that are also moving into this African worldview. When I'm using certain concepts like participation in the life, it's actually moving into the same worldview, into that. So, but just like all other parts of the world, Africa has also experienced Christianity. And if you look at the demographics today, there is huge numbers of Christians in Africa. And so the worldview shift. So Christianity did not just come and find people as they were and say, oh, what a worldview, I'm going to work with it. Actually, it functioned to destabilize most of these worldviews in many, many ways. And the discourse that was coming from Professor Mangililo, as he was arguing about this dichotomy, has also come into this with Christianity, where they can see clear cut in terms of the evil and the good. This dichotomy, which is a very Western understanding of reality, is also at work. So it's a challenge, not just in Africa or Indonesia, but everywhere. It's a challenge of how do we rethink our understanding of reality again, reconceptualize it, and how do we help the people to start rethinking how they engage Christianity in a much more constructive way. I think it's a big challenge that we are struggling today with as well. So what about the government? So the governments have engaged in all different projects. Some of them are scientific projects. Some of them is about sensitizing people about the water, just like all other places. But as long as the mindset is not changing, people see demons into the water, then there will always be a problem in terms of how human beings use water, because they just see it as a resource that is at the disposal of human beings. I think that's still a challenge. How we can rethink that, I think it's a challenge that I'm still pushing back to all of us, rather than just one individual to engage that reality. That's what I can say to that question. So complicated, and it doesn't have a very simple answer to it.
Okay. Thank you very much. The second one is from France Nahat. The first question, how to understand the day of Pentecost with symbols of the presence of the Holy Spirit in the context of drought? Second, symbols, how to understand the symbols in the outpouring of the Holy Spirit, which are present through natural signs, which means that the Holy Spirit speaks through nature. And then, can environmental damage make God no longer speak to humans? Last one, are natural disaster God's punishment for humans?
A lot of questions that are coming from France as well. Let me just try to look at some of them and try. these questions, actually, they need a continuous engagement. I need a full class. I think Chair and you just need to invite me for a full class, because it's not possible to answer these questions.
Yeah.
So first, how can we understand the day of Pentecost? In many of the things that we have been working on is to try and look at, because what has happened in Christian sense, Christianity has had this very reductionist understanding of the elements. So most of the things are reduced to just metaphors. So the dove is just metaphor, the water is just metaphor, the oil is just metaphor. So all the things have just been reduced to these metaphors. And to that extent, they are not seen as having their own intrinsic value in terms of how they reveal the qualities or the existence of God in our world. And I think this is very important. I was telling the students in terms of how we teach our children about these symbols of the Holy Spirit, so that they begin to appreciate that actually they would never know the Spirit's manifestation in the world without these symbols that are so important. These are pieces of the characters or the features of the Holy Spirit in terms of how the Spirit is engaged with us. And they are the visible elements. So we need to again look at them in a much more critical way. When the Spirit of God is being taught as manifesting as a fire or the tongues, glossolalia, how we interpret these elements, rather than seeing them as just metaphors. I think that would be very critical, and we need to rethink how we do that. So these symbols, like for instance, pouring of the Spirit are present through natural signs, as you are saying. I think it's just part of the same question in terms of what it means when we say we are speaking in tongues, what it means to be filled with the Holy Spirit, and in all relationship to the issues of waters. I think we need to become more deliberate, and like I said before, in terms of how we engage these elements, meaning the Holy Spirit speaks through the nature. Yes, God, in fact, the creation is a tabernacle of God's existence. Even incarnation cannot be articulated without actually engaging it at a creational level. When we say that God is with us, John says God has actually made a tabernacle with human beings, living side by side with us in that way, making creation itself become a site of God's revelation. And that has come, I think, in the text, the testimony of the scriptures is very clear in terms of all these elements. And in fact, the way we engage these elements also says a lot about how we understand the revelation of God in these elements. In many ways, we can say that as well. So the other question is, can environmental damage make God no longer speak to us? I mean, environmental damage is itself damaging God. We are dealing with a wounded God here. When we are damaging the environment, as I've said, we are actually wounding God. We are not just wounding the environment. We are wounding God. And in fact, this comes much more clear when somebody's talking about technology. Look at the cross itself. The cross was the apex of Roman technology in terms of things that they would create. But it was also the apex of Roman cultural imagination, even cruelty into that. And all these elements become the tool of wounding God. Technology wounds Jesus Christ. Even the death of Jesus Christ is attached already to technology. If the death of Jesus Christ is already attached to cultural imagination of the world. And all these, the burying of Jesus is also attached to the world itself. In the tradition where people talk about the blood of Jesus cleansing us, the pouring of the blood of Jesus on the environment is also depicting the redemptive nature of God in the world, even the creation itself. And especially if you follow the blood of Christ, that speaks better word than that of Abel, that was crying for revenge. In the biblical tradition of Jesus Christ, is talking about the blood that cried for redemption of all things, bringing almost this very different imagination in terms of how we understand culture, how we understand technology, and I'm going to that question as well, and how we engage them. So do we engage technology as a tool of destroying creation of the world, of God's creation? We are wounding the world. because we constantly destroying what is in fact manifesting the presence of God. So in the end, the wound in one part of the world is fundamentally wounding everything around us. We are doing that to ourselves as well. So that's what I think in a nutshell about these questions.
Thank you very much. And what do you say about the last question on technology? What is an part of human life? Is that enough that you already talked about that, but if you want to say more?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say actually, how Christians respond to the use of technology that is not environmentally friendly. And I think if we are saying that we are becoming a witness with the world, there should be a level of resistance to some of these things, even in terms of how we teach our children about how they should interact with technology. Technology is here to stay. It's not going to leave. But let's not deceive ourselves that technology is going to bring redemption to our world. Technology has its own evils, and we have to discern the spirits. I think if you go into this context, there is the evil dimension of the use of technology. Technology itself is not evil, but there is this dimension in terms of, remember that everything that human engage and interact with will always have evil effects, because human imagination has evil about it in terms of its engagement with the world. So is the technology itself. It's a product of human imagination, and it will always have this weakness in terms of its engagement with the world. So we have to be discerning, engaging it. How is the Spirit of God at work in these technological elements? What kind of pneumatology do we need to engage technology? We need a technologically based pneumatologies of life for us to engage these elements as well. So that they become more friendly, not just to creation, but to the young people as well. We are now living in a world where relationships are constantly being destroyed. Parents and children relationships are winning out because of technology. How should we engage this world? How should we be constructive about the use of technology? I think that's important. We need technology. Look at me. I'm talking in the office in South Korea. We are using technology constructively to build ideas. That's what we need with it. But we can also use it to destroy one another. Look at what is happening in Israel. People are losing their lives. It's all the way we interpret these technological elements when they become actually tools of destruction. You know, the war, I am always against it. I don't mind who is doing it. I'm against it for a very simple reason. It's not just human beings who are destroying the process of a war. It's a damage to our own world too. The ecosystem, the pollution that we are talking about. The war is doing that. We are damaging. So somebody may say, we are just destroying Hamas. Actually, they are destroying all of us in an indirect way, even themselves. That's a challenge. So we have to rethink about theologies of peace, just peace in our world. In fact, I think in the WCC, the shift from the just war to just peace is so imperative in our engagement in the world, because it shows that we are becoming matured to fight all the time. It shows the levels of our failure to mature toward becoming the expression of the mind of God in our world. So it's technology as well. So we have to think in all these many things that are destroying our world and engage them in a more constructive way, for the betterment of our world as well.
Thank you very much, Professor Konda, for your answers. And thank you for your time with us. It is also pneumatological witness. It's you with us. And
thank you so much.
Thank you for all insightful thoughts. I learned so much from you today. And
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
For all of us, let's express our appreciation to Professor Konda. We can clap hands on whenever you need.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please feel free to keep joining us, but if you have something to do, may God bless you the rest of your day. All right, we will have our next presenter, next keynote speaker, but it seems like we need some time to stretch our body and then to take some tea, coffee, or going to toilet. So I will give you like 7 minutes while we prepare everything here for the second speaker. So you can go to take coffee or tea, whatever you like, to make yourself fresh for the next presentation.
Waktu di depan, nanti sampai atau kita pakai kalau saya pakai ini ada dia punya memang rusak, dia tengah ada jadi dia mengharap langsung terlebih dari luar. Jadi kalau mulai saat itu selesai, itu ada result atau bagaimana? Sakit boleh. Nanti harus presentasi di situ saja. Bapak kita punya materi pada dialog. Oh. Yang kemudian dia orang Afrika. Tapi masih itu itu bukan supaya tidak terus Pak. Aku tidak perlu coba. Lebih coba.
Okay, welcome back for all participants, for all of us. And we will continue with our next presenter, next keynote speaker for this conference. The last one, because we only have 2 days of conference. So, Reverend Dr. Frederick Duca will present his paper. We'll have like 1.5 hours. So, Dr. Duca, you have about 40 to 45 minutes to present your paper, and then it will be followed by Q&A for 40 to 45 minutes. You can use the first 1-2 minutes to introduce yourself, and then you can just go ahead to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvia Mata. This is the first meeting with you. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvia Mata, press graduate from Manchester University. I think very honored to be here with you. Let's say my name is Frederick Duca. I am from Isle Islands, but the area related in my topics in article right now. In Artawatana Christian University, I teach Islamology, theology, and culture, and theology and religions. For those lectures, that's interesting because the group of knowledge under humanities or something like cultural approach. That's why now I am interested to talk about local wisdom with title Mangarian, studying the concept of Mangarian from the Muslim Christian community of Ilawe, Northwest Alor, East Nusa Tenggara, in building Indonesia as a harmonious community. This topic is very interesting because continue. Yeah, let's continue. The challenge is how should tensions in the relationship between religious communities, in particular the relationship between Islam and Christianity in Indonesia, be managed in such a way that they can live together although they are. Is the enduring mission of togetherness and harmony still alive in the discourse of contemporary Indonesia people? These two questions are our references in doing research on the local wisdom and examining its role in relation to Islam and Christianity in Ilawe, the Northwest Alor. We aim to present the local wisdom, such as Mangaria, in Adam language, meaning unconditionally caring, according to island and coastal perspective of the algorithm. According to Sharifuddin Goma, a sociologist of Nusa Tenggara State University, who quotes Christine Drake, he states that researching such unconditional caring is necessary because it contributes to being examples of cohesive social values to the surface, which may be used to strengthen national integration. Cohesive forces are vital to ensure the continued existence of the nation state as one political unit and to provide the political stability that can help economic development to take place. Without some integration measurements, both the human and material sources will instead be diverted towards coping with the centrifugal forces of regional disaffection or rebellion, which Indonesia has experienced since their independence in 1945. On the other hand, Johan Effendi, the famous pluralist of Indonesia, said that to ensure a person's roots and appreciation of pluralism, one must start from the local wisdom that exists in this health area. This sentence is in line with what was stated by Konrad Kotak, an anthropologist at the University of Michigan, quoting Sir Edward Burnett Taylor, a British anthropologist. He said, culture is a complex whole which includes knowledge, beliefs, arts, morals, law, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of society. Based on this theory, local wisdom is a way to make individuals into good members of society. Not many experts in the world have researched the other local wisdom, except some young scholars, explained scholars. A study of local wisdom, Taramitominaku, as a part of Mongolian concept, had been done by Tessa Devi Angriani Jogo, 2019 in Mebung, North Central Alor, East Nusa Tenggara. On this, she explains that the concept of Taramito Minuku as a new paradigm to build a supernatural community. The other study was done by Iswanto, a student of Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Kupang, and Yudi Kawangi, a student of Sekolah Tinggi Agama Kristen Taruna Bakti Yogyakarta, on Moko, symbolization as a socio-religious harmony of our society in East Nusa Tenggara. These two researchers found that Moko is not an original object from the Alor community, but it has been adopted as a cultural symbol. Social harmonization occurs at the level of ideas that are other to customary law. This depends on values held in society. Then, MTH student Rika Hanadi, 2021, did research in the small congregation in Ilaway, the Northwest Alor, this Nusa Tenggara, and submitted her thesis to the Theological Postgraduates of Akawakan Christian University under the title Konsep Manggaria, Studi Etnografis Theologis Mangarian di Ilawe and interpretation dan implikasinya bagi kerukunan masyarakat Islam dan Kristen di Indonesia. The concept of Mangarian and ethnographic study of Mangarian in Ilawe and its implications for harmony of Islamic and Christian communities in Indonesia. On this, he explains that the concept of Mangarian as a new paradigm to build an unconditional caring communion that has the enthusiasm to participate to build a harmonious community. From this article, we did research by qualitative methodology, but one type of qualitative approach used in this method in ethnography. From this method, we based on some theories from Malinowski and also Clifford Geertz to see how meanings and values of the Mangarian concept. Considering the views of these two experts, Malinowski and Clifford Geertz, one of the interesting aspects chosen to be discussed in this article is concept Mangarian. And the Ilawe Muslim people use this concept of Mangarian as a reference to maintain their harmonious attitude towards Christians in their village in our archipelago. The Alor archipelago is a meeting place of languages, cultures, and people. It is an area of the encounter between two major groups of languages known as Austronesian, Papuan, and Austronesian languages. Abui, Balagar, Amak, Kabola, Papua, etc. They are some non-Austronesian linguistic forms that are used by most people of Alor as family languages, or we call it mother tongue. At the same time, as Susanna Roedermeyer depicts, dialects of the Austronesian Bahasa Alor are only used in the Muslim villages of Pandai, Baranusa, Alor Besar, and their offshoot villages, and by the people of the inland village of Helandoi. This is in Pantar Island. Then Malay, or now Indonesian, finally became the communicating languages among Alorese people, because none of the local languages was agreed upon as a common language, lingua franca. Like languages, the people of Alor may be associated with the cultural construction of race. Yusuf Adam, a Protestant pastor who gave serious attention to the social exchange of Alorese people, notes that Alor at least has three races. They are Old Malay, Young Malay, and Negroid. He classified some residents in West Pantar as Old Malay race. Meanwhile, on the Bird's Head area of Alor Islands is Malay race. In Southwest Alor, South Alor, and some regions of East Alor, people saw pictures of the Negroid race. The Kolana ethnic groups in particular shows pictures of the Malay race, old and young. Then the Tanggapui ethnic groups is a combination of Old Malay and Negroid. Adam indeed used the theory of Johann Friedrich Blumenbach
that assumes differences as to biological race. However, this has already been rejected by many experts. One of the experts is Konrad Kota, who states that the race is a cultural category rather than a biological reality. Today, cultural exchange and survival by people in the modern world cannot be hindered. It means that an identity of race based on the cultural category is more logical rather than a biological manifestation. Based the constructions of the races, there are 5 phases of our human development. First is the phase of tradition or custom, other. In this phase, people will hold firmly to the local values of tradition. Good and honest people are those who follow their local wisdom from generation to generation. Other people not only bring disaster, but also disrupt the intimate relationship with nature. The values of local wisdom have a powerful influence on family and village life. The second phase is feudalism. The feudal phase introduces a system of territorial empire which replaces the hamlet empire. In this phase, there is a clear distinction between rulers who are indigenous and rulers who are not. The third phase is colonialism. Colonialism only utilized feudalism that had already existed around the 16th century in our country. The colonizer used the feudals as their servants to carry out political, economic, and social policies. The fourth phase is a religious mission. Islam in this phase developed its mission through trade channels. Trade activities usually are promoted by the Islamic missionaries, Da'i, and coastal Muslim society. They are do a great job as brokers. In the meantime, Christians who are inland people experience difficulty to enter commerce and even though on a small scale. The last is the phase of development of modern science and technology. This phase is enough to affect the dynamic of our society today. This has strong influence and brings changes to the mindset and behavior of our people generally. Character and stages of the Alori social stage as Kotak stage have both enlarged the modern world and raised all boundaries and distinctions. Kotak then says that people travel more, but interestingly, migrants maintain their ties with family so that they live multi-locally. This is interesting concept of Kotak. This, in terms of family, according to our research, there is a strong tendency among the people of Allah to long for the house of God, which is Mecca for Muslims and the church for Christians. But more than that, they have a strong desire to live inseparably with each other because they serve a common ancestor. Both Muslims and Christians of pure people also have their own longings, but interestingly, these differences do not prevent them from living together. This is because they claim to be a clan that came from the same ancestors. The subtopic the next subtopic is the arrival of Islam. There are three general motives for Islamic missions. There are trade, politics, and more outspoken dakwah, missionary, and ever motive. Islam comes and grows in Allah with three motives. They are seen through the activities of Da'i, both individually and in groups. Each Da'i has a typical pattern for preaching. Unsurprisingly, therefore, the local Islamic fellowship forms on the other archipelago, where each has a distinctive character of its own. Hans Hagerdal points out that our in the mid-16th century had become one of the world's sandalwood suppliers. Portuguese as the main supplier made Makassar a major port of departure for its major merchant ship in Asia. Other quoting Dutch anthropologist Leroux also mentions the same thing and says that sandalwood was then called white gold, emas putih. In the same century, with the arrival of the Portuguese, Muslim traders who came from Java, Sulawesi, and Maluku, Ternate, not only were active as traders, but also preached their religion, preached Islam. The preaching activities became more intensive and accepted by the local people as long as they built a close relationship with the local rulers. This approach is very effective and contributed to the growth of Islamic missions in the trading centers on the coast of Pantar, Alor, and other islands in the Alor archipelago. Widyatmika, quoting Muhammad Yamin, considers that Islam was spread in Alor long before 1522. This is evidenced by the records of Antonio Pigafetta, explaining that when they stopped at Pantar on their voyage from January 22 to February 10, 1522, there was already a Moluccan village that was Muslim. In our Pantar, there are 5 coastal domains refers to the Galiao Watanglen Alliance. Those are Al-Besar with the name of the beach Bakolaha Salasa, Pandai with title of Maulaha La Blegut, Baranusa with the name of Boli Tanda Liu Rai Beach, etc., etc. The story, as the story is circulated in the Philippines, at the beginning, the Islamic mission was addressed to the head of the local village. After the head of the village accepted Islam, all the other villagers also embraced Islam. To the converts, then the preachers gave the Quran, circumcision knives, happy clothes, and they built the mosque. Next is political motives. Under the 19th and 20th centuries, the spread of Islam in the Eastern Archipelago was growing rapidly. The majesty of Islam in previous centuries, especially during the Umayyad and Abbasiyah dynasties, was to be reckoned with an Islamic political jargon. The world will become Islam under the Ottoman Caliphate, with its center in Turkey. This ideology of Islam was not only announced in Sumatra, Java, and Molucca, but was also here in the inland zone of our archipelago at the beginning of the 20th century. This ideology was then used by the local missionaries as a basis for encouraging coastal and inland people who were still enemies and dynamics to convert to Islam. In an interview with Usman Mautang, at that time 72 years old, it was argued that the residents of the Ilawi region, including the Bird's Head area of northwest Alor, converted to Islam because they were afraid to Turkish sisters, Gunting Turki. This threat was delivered by Date, a local preacher from the village of Lewal in the coastal area. 30 people from the Maibang tribe, where Usman Mautang came from, converted to Islam for fear of Turkish sisters. This happens around the 1930s. The next is local wisdom, focusing on Manggarai concept. The diversity of our society is an undeniable fact. This fact is not only an opportunity, but also a challenge. Therefore, the management of diversity is continuously carried out to maintain the Alorist communities. Effendi suggests that the efforts to make someone appreciate diversity must start from the local wisdom that exists in every region. By empowering all local potentials with the community itself, both knowledge and local institutions are expected to solve the real problems associated with the violent aspects of ethnicity, religion, race, and group identity. Even the suggestion is in line with what was stated by Konrad Pekotak. Culture is everything that includes wisdom, beliefs, arts, morals, law, customs, and abilities and habits that help humans to get along with others. This definition is the basis of our standpoint that local wisdom can be learned, is symbolic, and is adaptable from one person to another and or one community group to another. The community here can be defined as communities with a nation state, such as Indonesia. John Haba, our alumni from Academy Theology Kupang, ATK, in 1972 or 3. As quote by Jati, put forward 5 advantages of local wisdom. One, local wisdom shows the image of the peace-loving community. Second, local wisdom provides a wide, cohesive space for existing communities. Third, local wisdom teaches all parties in conflict with empathy and cultural approach. Fourth, local wisdom provides access to the building of togetherness and social solidarity. Fifth, local wisdom uses a synthesized approach in resolving conflicts. What Ivendi, Kotak, and Haba have argued certainly tells us that local wisdom has a reliable power to manage the diversity of Indonesia. This is the peta of, maybe you can show the peta of our archipelago. And yeah, the map of our archipelago. No. Okay. The map of Alora film. Kepulauan Alor. Yeah, okay. I continue my oh yes. No. Okay. Yeah, you can see the our Theological map. The Chiloé is in the head of birds, Alor Islands. Okay, I continue. Chiloé is a small community within the Kabola hamlet, located in the village of Alila Timur, Alor Regency. There are 1,069 people with 886 Muslims and 183 Protestants. Both Muslims and Christians are from one ancestor who originally lived in the old village, Alila, located in the inland area. In Alor, in the late 1940s, there occurred a big migration from inland to the coast. Alila residents also went down to the coast. Those who took to the beach then settled in one of the locations named Ilaway. The Ilaway community has local wisdom and many activities belong to other tribes in Alor. When building a mosque, then all of the necessary buildings materials are prepared together, both by Muslims and Christians. Similarly, at the constructions of the church building, the coastal people who have carpentry skills send their people to be the foremen, builders, and workers in the buildings until the completion. Moreover, they also allowed some people to convert to Christianity. They then became members of the Evangelical Christian Church in Timor, Gereja Masehi in Timor. The reason for this conversion is very simple. The Ilaway Muslims wanted their Christian brother and sister to have a church building with good services so that they could live in peace and harmony in their daily lives. Long before that, the Christian community there could not get good services from the mid-synod because they did not have a church building and only a few Christian congregations lived there. Meanwhile, the congregation longed to receive full service from the mid-synod to fulfill the longing of their brothers and sisters. The conversion process from Muslims to Christians took place. The Ilaway Muslims community stood firm in their decision, even though the Ministry of Religious Affairs criticized the conversion patterns for not being in line with Islamic teachings. Usman Malta, again, the elder of Ilaway community, asserts the Ilaway people should pay serious attention to matter of humanity rather than to religion that breaks their fellowship. This assertion also implies the essence of Islam as a truly reconciling religion that calls people to a fellowship, not being divisive not full of hatred. In the other words, Islam is rahmatan lil alamin, mercy for all creation. It is a cohesiveness between Islam as a religion of love and blood relations of the local community framed in the concept of Mandai. This one is the concept of article, the concept of Mandai. There has long been a dichotomy between inland and coastal, or indigenous communities versus immigration, or Islam versus Christianity, developed in such a way as to benefit individual persons or elites. This was also exploited by Dutch colonizer as the wings of power was increasingly developed in other for the three motifs: gold, glory, and gospel, as mentioned above. Cora Dubois writes, the only demarcations are between the 10,000 coastal Mohammedans and the pagan mountain peoples of the interior. These two groups hold each other in mutual distrust and fear. The people of our indeed fuse their existence as a plural society. That is our nature, and of course it needs a solution. Making peace and harmony among them is the best solution through creating and developing local wisdom. One of the local wisdom is Mangarian. The Mangarian comes from other language, which consists of the words man and garia. Man literally interpreted as only, yeah, and yeah. While garia is form of verb, it used to indicate the condition of human. So, Mangarian actually can be understood as a noble, strong, and responsible human action in implementing his authentic nature as a guardian, nurse, and protector. Or, in the other words, unconditional caring without consideration from anywhere, regardless of what identify is attached to a person. This is even attribute to all the contents of the nature of plants and animals too. To be effective, the concept Mangarian is empowered by the term Puito Soham. The sentence of Puito Soham consists of all words. Pui means blood, so means remains, and in the meaning of Puito Soham related to the genealogical relations between Ilaway communities. The two meanings of bloods in the term Puito Soham. The first is showing the genealogical relationship between the people of our, both on the coast and on the inland. The second is the bloods understood as a core part that encourages the attitude of unconditional caring between the coastal and inland communities, because they are united by one system. This united family is based on oral promise, which is contained in the poem of Bela Baja. The poem is one ancestor, the same who gave birth to us, a lot of descendants. Parts of people goes to down, others follows to the top. The words of Lee, continue to the Bela Baja Al-Wadud. This is the last one of Bela Baja Al-Wadud. Another source of local custom which is constructed as typical Muslim is Bela Bada. Barnes as a researcher and author excursion into the Eastern Indonesia, Israel history and social life, cites several notions of Bela Bada proposed by several experts. Bela Bada is means promise, ritual, fraternity, and so on. According to Adam, in general, the concept of Bela Bada is related to the concept of Bela Gandok in Pelux. Meanwhile, Bartels compares Bela, Molucc's concept with Bela, which means alliance and alliance. Mangarian is a concept that offers the spirit of participating in the maintenance and empowerment of a love-based community to God and neighbors. This concept coincides with the Islamic principle of al-Wadud, the most loving and affectionate, one of the God's 99 names, which also emphasizes love and affections for all creations. In the meantime, Mangarian is identified as well as the words agape in Christian theology, the unconditional love and affections to God as had been shown by Jesus Christ in his sacrifice and death for man, for the world. Based on this, therefore, let us love each other because God now is giving his love to us. So, two conclusions are expected to be referenced in Ivan's research on Islam Christianity at the next opportunity. First, the concept of Mangarian expresses the value of love that humans and all of its creation. Its basic values of love is internalized and lived by Ilawe people of different religions. Second, our research on the Mangarian concept proves that the enduring missions of togetherness is still alive in the discourse of contemporary Indonesian people, especially as it's shown in the attitude of and perspective of the Muslim Christian community of Ilawe, North, West, Alor, East Nusa Tenggara. Therefore, this concept can be considered as one of the local wisdoms that can prevent conflict and strengthen and foster Indonesia as a harmonious family. Thank you. Back to
Thank you, Dr. Juga, for your presentations. And now we come to the Q&A session. So if you guys have questions or response to what Dr. Duga has presented to us, please raise your hand or just drop your questions in the chat room and we will read your questions for Dr. Duga. Dr. Mangilino? Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Dr. Duga. I just have this very simple question. Is there any time that there was conflict among this Muslim and Christian community? And what do you think about the impact of the conflict if that's ever occurred, or if there any possible conflict that will come up, then what's the real impact to the environment condition? Because we heard from Dr. Kauda before that when you destroy water, you don't destroy only water at that particular place, but you destroy everything that can include in it. Either human human beings or and even the environment, even the community, even the whole creature. So can you talk to us about your our context, especially where this concept Magarian comes from, and the possible destruction that will impact environment when the conflict among these particular communities come up, or perhaps already happened. We want to hear more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ira. Allah is in pluralistic position in the world. So conflict among the people of Allah often happening there, and that's why if we follow the story of Mangarian concept, it's truly answer the problem, conflict problem there. So something like Karamiti Tomiduku or Mangarian in Alor or Dale Esa in Rote, and also Neka Mese in Timor, and so on. Their concepts to prevent community from the conflict, horizontal conflict. So that's we call them as a local wisdom to prevent that. So if you ask me about how the people realize the conditions of the people they are, actually they know about something like Mangarian as a solution for conflict. But you know, not only our people living there, but also many people from other sides in Indonesia or in the world came there, and that's potential for conflict as well. So I think Mangarian concept as one of local wisdom, we have to introduce and internalize and live it to prevent the conflict will happen. So that's why if we talk about conflict, Alor, you know, not far from here, Sambolo dormitory, that's area of conflict every year. So how to prepare the young generations, in my opinion, we have to introduce local values like Mangarian. That's the point.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? I have one question, Dr. Duga. How this Mangarian concept helps us to, or is there any significance of this concept on humans' relationship with land and sea? I know Ilawe is a coastal village, and is there any connection between this community with the sea or with the lands? How the Mangarian concept, which speaks of humans' relationships, also do something or can also work for humans' relationship with non-human created beings.
The position of Ilawi Ilawe place is in the central between inland and coastal. So that's nice to follow the concept of Mangarian is something like result of the encountering between two big people. So as I thought before, something like synthesize that concept between how inland people face conflict or social problem, and also how the beach or coastal people face problem there are. So this is interesting to know more about Mangarian. Is there any synthesized between two inland and coastal concepts? Maybe that's good to continue research. But I think you're right to know the Mangarian concept is very, very helpful for the local people.
Or maybe we can say that the Mangarian, with the Mangarian characteristic among the people of Ilawe, the coastal and inland, Mangarian can become like the bridge to bring together these communities to look after the sea, to look after the land, and something like that.
Yeah.
And we,
Yeah.
can you say?
Yeah. Something like that. And you know, Batu Putih Bay, Batu Putih Bay, you know, not far from Ilawe place, Batu Putih. It's very, very good for eating, yeah, eating and so on. And a lot of fish over there. And interesting is that not many fishers, yeah, caught the fish over there, but they have certain time to catch it. So I asked them why. Yeah, because we have to keep the fish. If we do not keep the fish, we know eat fish time to time. So that's I think local wisdom is conservation for people.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Last week we were in the GMIT Synod Assembly in South Africa. We talked about, in our study meeting, talk about how we as a church can preserve the sea and coastal areas. And I say that to preserve the sea and coastlines is not only the business of coastal people, but also everyone, including those from inland areas, because most pollution coming to the sea is from inland areas. And there was one presbyter from inland areas says that, yeah, we have to look after the sea from inland areas. So if you in coastal areas plant mangroves, then we can plant trees in our inland areas to prevent flood that will bring more pollution to the sea. So it's interesting. I think the Mangarian concept could be scrutinized to encourage people to live together as a community, regardless of their place inland or coastal areas. So yeah, that's interesting. Is there any other questions? Yeah, in my PhD thesis, I emphasize on the importance of working together or interfaith collaborations to protect the sea. So yeah, I think this Mangarian concept, which emerged from interfaith relationship in our will be very interesting to deal with that. Yeah, there's one question in chat room. Dr. Duka's one question. Local wisdom is something that must be embraced because from it the balance between nature and humans can be well established. Unfortunately, nowadays many people no longer adhere to local wisdom, their birthplace, because they may no longer grow there, which makes them lost their identity, and they begin to ignore how to act in accordance with what they supposed to be. So what concrete steps can be taken to return to our local wisdom or to revitalize the Mangarian concept in this very dynamic world we are living in now?
Thank you for the questions. As I talked before, religion is part of culture, and the other one is local wisdom. So appreciation to the local wisdom equal appreciation to our religions, our faiths. That's my standing point for you. So if you ask me how concrete solution for appreciating local wisdom, I think every day we are part of the local wisdom, local culture. Something like in East Nusa Tenggara, if you hear about Giko songs, suddenly you make your hand as a response to the sounds, Gecko sounds. That's the example, a simple example for us. But the big problem is how to overcome big problem in Indonesia or in the world if we have no our roots. I remember about the Joseph and Mary family. You know, when Jesus was in temple, and Mary and Joseph looked for Jesus 3 days, and then they came, and Jesus was speaking with elder of Torah, elder of Torah, and so on. But suddenly, and after that, Jesus followed their parents to his home, to his house. What's the meaning of it? The meaning is the roads of religions is based on the culture actually, because the end of the story of Luke, it seems that Jesus becomes more wise, 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 with what, in my opinion, with local wisdom that was owned by Joseph. So when Jesus growing and to be delivered, contribution of local wisdom is a part of his works in the world. The next is in Eastern context, East Nusa Tenggara context, we can see many cases can be handled by local wisdom. Something like if you go to the Belu districts, rumah adat, or something like culture house, as a place for every problem there. So if you have problem, please come to the rumah adat in Belu, and your problem will be gone. That's why I think local wisdom is very, very important. Now in theology and culture, we know about theological contextually. If we talk about theological contextually, we have to learn about Bevans, and then Niebuhr, also Robert Slater, etc. And they talk about how we have to be a part of local culture. I mean, local wisdom. They give some solution for us, but I think if we are in our daily life, local wisdom, I think is very important for us to overcome problems with them.
Thank you, Dr. Duga. But the question is, if I'm not mistaken, mostly is that how to. I think mostly agrees with you that local wisdom is very important. But nowadays, the young generation, they are influenced by the modernity and so on, and it seems like they are gradually left behind their local wisdom and indigeneity. So how to revitalize, how to return to that local wisdom? Is there any steps in your experience, maybe in your work, maybe you can share about how we can revitalize our indigenous traditions?
I have a pilot project in Alor, in Calabar, capital city of Alor district. The school of Cermin multicultural schools, there are some materials for local wisdom. So their students are living each other, and they can live together despite their difference. And after we look for the background of it, because of they have same local wisdom, even though from different dialect or languages, but the same is like Mangarian, Taramiti Tominuku influence their lifestyle. That's the point. But that's very important, and we get it and can involve it in our curriculum, and then teachers that teach the students, and that's nice. They can live together without problem. But the second institution is church. Church has responsibility to promote local wisdom. Sometimes it's just formality or something like we just change our liturgy with some. But how far the local wisdom can be a part of our daily life? That's the question. The role of church for implementing local wisdom very important. Young generation, right? So that's two institutions, schools and church. They have obligation, something like responsibilities for internalizing and promote local.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duka. And if there is no more questions, then I think that's it for our session. Dr. Duka talked about Mangarian as a concept from Alor that help us to live in harmony, to live harmonious life, and to return or to revitalize that local wisdom. We can start with schools, curriculum, and also to the church. Many things the church can do to revitalize their local wisdom. So with once again, thank you very much, Dr. Duka, and we can express appreciation. Thank you for your time. I know you're very busy this last few days. Thank you for your time to be with us. And yeah, we finished earlier, and we will have lunch break. We will be back at 1:30 p.m. We have 8 presentations this afternoon from presenters in Indonesia and from Zambia and from Scotland and England. So make sure you don't miss the paper session. And I would like to thank you for your contribution for the first 2 presentations by our 2 keynote speakers. I believe you have your own conclusions for those insightful presentations. And please enjoy your lunch. You have much time to, or maybe you can sleep a little bit. And then please come back at 1:30 p.m. to continue our conference today.
Pero
First, I want to call Dr. Mixon Mazuruse. Dr. Mixon, are you with us? Once again, Dr. Mixon Mazuruse, are you with us in this room? All right, I guess still early in the morning in Zimbabwe. Maybe Dr. Mazuruse is not with us yet. So the next, our first presenter this session will be Rizzo Wallace. Wait, I know yours will be in the next 30 minutes, but due to Dr. Mason, who is not here, do you want to step forward and present your paper?
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so the next presenter is Rizzo Wallace. It's my friend from UK, from University of Leeds. I'm from University of Manchester. Our city, our football team, they fight each other, but we're not, we work together. So welcome, Risa, and thank you for your time, your willingness to come and present your paper. So in the next 30 minutes, you will have 20 minutes to present your paper, and it will be followed by 10 minutes Q&A. You could first introduce yourself in 1 minute and then continue with your presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you again for a warm welcome from my good friend, Dr. Elia. And my name is Lisa Wallace. I come from Taiwan, and it's again, I am very pleased to have this special opportunity to share with all of you. And my name is Lisao Wallace. Lisao in my Zodiac tribe means young man, and Wallace is my father's name. So every time when I go to different occasion, and then people will call me Mr. Wallace, and I'm like, is my dad here? Or why are you calling my dad's name? So I think this is perhaps my microcosm of cultural expectation, cultural differences, and the colonial ordering that indigenous people around the world will meet. Again, I'm from Taiwan and belong to the Zodiac people. And Zodiac people is one of the community of Taiwan indigenous peoples. And sorry, I should, could I share my slide? Sorry.
Yes. Yes, I think you can share your screen.
No, I think the function is limited. They say someone is sharing the screen, so I couldn't share my screen.
Oh, someone is sharing. Can you try now?
No, I couldn't, seems I couldn't share my slide. Some people is sharing the screen, so I couldn't do the screen sharing.
There's someone sharing the screen, so Rizal cannot share this screen.
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, this is my slide. Sorry. Okay, is everybody can see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. My tribe is called Snowing, and it's located at the central Taiwan mountains area. And cherry blossoms and the Wuxia resistance events against the Japanese are the two biggest impressions of our tribe. My title today is Manu Imigani, when the indigenous peoples begin to read mother tongue Bibles, ecological and decolonial possibilities. Manu Imigani, it means, what on earth does this mean? This is often the questions that we ask when we read the Bible in our mother tongues, as well as the so-called Christian Bible. What does reading the Bible or the mother tongue Bibles in our would help the indigenous people in ecological perspective or even in the land issues? So from my own experience as the younger generation of aesthetic people, I would like to share the ecological and decolonial possibility that biblical interpretation and biblical theology can offer when the mother tongue Bible begins to be read by the indigenous people. So first of all, let me begin with a brief overview of the colonial experience of the Taiwan indigenous peoples. Taiwan's indigenous people interaction with Christianity during this experience and the process of Bible translation movement. There are currently 16 officially recognized indigenous communities in Taiwan, and Taiwan has been ruled by various colonial regimes, the Dutch and the Spanish in the 17th century, the Zheng dynasty and the Chinese Qing dynasty in the 18th century, the Japanese Empire after 1895, the authoritarian Kuomintang government from 1945, and we transitioned into the democratized in the late 1990s. In this context, Reformed Christianity and Catholicism were the first brought to Taiwan in the 17th century to the indigenous people in the plain regions. And after the expulsion of the Dutch and Spanish regimes by the Chinese Qing dynasty, the policy of seculation brought Christian missionary work to halt. It was not until the mid-19th century that George Mackay of the Canadian Presbyterian Church and James Maxwell of the Broad Street Presbyterian Church began their missions in the northern and southern Taiwan, respectively. On the other hand, the foundation for Catholicism was initiated in southern part of Taiwan by Father Fernando Sanz of Spanish Dominicans. These laid the foundations for the future flourishing of the Presbyterian Church and Catholic Church in Taiwan indigenous people's communities. So if we fast forward to the middle of 20th century, around the 1980s and 1990s, when Taiwan was going through a period of the 50 years of martial law to transitioning into democracy, the Presbyterian Church has been extensively engaged in indigenous social movements, such as land restoration movement, the indigenous human rights movements, and the name recertification movement. So thanks to this active participation, based on my observation, about 70% of the indigenous people, which only count 0.5% of all the Taiwan's population, identify themselves as Christian. So I think this also illustrates Taiwan indigenous people's recognitions to Christian churches, no matter what denomination you identified with, their involvement in public indigenous issues. So in this climate of recognition, there has been a great deal of enterprise in the Mother Tongue Bible translation. By now, I think at least we have 10 indigenous communities that have at least a New Testament translation or whole Bible translation. And regarding my Sadiq tribes, Sadiq community, 2 of my Sadiq sub-language groups, Sadiq Tagdaya and Sadiq Telugu, have complete Mother Tongue translation in 2005 and 2020, respectively. The version of our own sub-language, that is Sadiq Doda, the language subgroup that I belong to, is still under translation process. So we have to ask, what is the significance of the publication of Mother Tongue Bibles? First of all, we have to recognize that mother tongues of the indigenous peoples are integral to cultural heritage and the intimacy with which it is linked. The mother tongues are also the essential cultural embodiment and carriers of the indigenous peoples, encapsulating the philosophy, life experience, worldviews, and social narratives. So the Mother Tongue Bible interpretation, the outputs are produced not only as an attempt to understand the sacred texts of the Christian faith, but as a cultural and social and political narratives of the indigenous peoples that can reconstruct the message of the biblical text to and for the indigenous peoples. This can also help the indigenous people to ponder and engage the contextual questions and issues. So I think this is crucial for the Taiwan indigenous people because the contextual theologies in Taiwan have in fact flourished. However, there has been scarcely significant development of indigenous biblical interpretations and theologies in Taiwan. What is even more frustrating is that the Mother Tongue Bibles have not been received as a locus of critical indigenous biblical interpretation and reading reflections. Furthermore, although Taiwan has transitioned into a democratic country or area, whatever the terms that you use, the Taiwan indigenous people's decolonial movements on political and social and cultural aspects have just begun. We have just begun the so-called trans justice movement. Yep. Considering the high level of Christian identity and recognition among the indigenous communities in Taiwan, we have to ask, can our biblical interpretation contribute to the social and political and cultural decolonization and generate counter-narratives? I think, stand on the Mother Tongue Bible reading practice, I will provide 2 short examples of decolonial and ecological readings from my Sadiq Mother Tongue readings. So the first one is decolonial reading. First of all, the term decolonial for me is a reconstruction of knowledge, worldviews, and epistemologies that recognize, acknowledges, and radically uses or even revives the traditions, wisdom, and cultures of the indigenous peoples that are still present or may have been present in the past. So this reconstruction for me may include my attempts at biblical interpretation in the mother tongue, as well as the reconstruction of our theological and biblical practice and reflection. So the first example comes from the refusal of Naboth in the story of Naboth's vineyard, that is in the 1 Kings 21, verse 3. This interesting verse then is translated in the Sadiq Mother Tongue Bible as, I will read my mother tongue, Lemengau Ahab ka Naboth, utuh temeninun o ini slua muai pusu tenui ludan sunan ka heya. If we explore this Sadiq translation, there are a number of interesting aspects to investigate. First of all, for Sadiq people, and I'm sure all the non-Hebrew cultures, we don't know who is the Yahweh God. Therefore, the God of weaving, that is Utuh Temninun, was used for the translation. Utuh, this term is equivalent to God, spirit, or ghost. And the translation of Temninun is to weave. Without much time of discussing why the Sadiq people use this word to translate Yahweh at this time, the traditional beliefs and spirituality surround this God of weaving include reverence and fear of the natural world, non-human realm, and the spiritual world. This lens also connects to Sadiq's approach to the symbiotic relationship between God, the land, the humanity. It is also an interconnection between the people's daily life and the land's philosophies, as well as the community and traditional laws. This essential concept has been progressively eroded and eradicated by the current surge of capitalism, commercial interests, and neocolonialism. It serves, this verse, it serves as a useful reminder of how to retrieve this conventional and traditional but precious wisdom in the face of an ongoing neo-colonial land situation. I think that's the first point we can see in this verse. And secondly, the translation of Inis Lua Muai, which can be translated as not willing to give. Muai here can be translated as to give, to grant, or to share, and is known to our tribal fellows as the sharing of the food and possessions in the times of crisis for the tribes. There's also a case where the extra food or the meat is automatically or shared with the community. There's also the philosophies that the sick, the disabled, or the immobile elders of the tribe must be given and care. When this phrase is used to describe and to dialogue with the Ahab in this biblical text, who asked for muai from Naboth out of greed, it is not only for Sadiq people, not only a broken relationship between people, but also a deep fractioning of the traditional sharing and the land philosophies of the indigenous peoples. And the last aspect, which may be related to the previous two, is that the land, the Helam, is the indigenous people's culture and collective memories. When Naboth, in the biblical text, resists King Ahab's land purchase, exchanges, and threats, he exemplified a collective memory that reminded himself not to disregard his own inherited memory and cultures, as well as his connection to the land. Naboth even endeavored to revere the land by adhering to his elders' traditional laws and customs. Similarly, what the indigenous people of Taiwan have experienced in our motherlands is a collective memory of a fragmented and destroyed ancestral lands, a context. This is a context and circumstances that must be continually remembered and retrieved through traditional laws and norms. I think this is the strategy for retrieving our worldview. But as a Sadiq people, we don't say we have the monopoly on these collective memories. Rather, it is shared in distinctive and diverse manner by large of my Taiwanese indigenous communities, my fellows, and even indigenous people around the world. Consequently, this is a really important aspect of decolonization involving collective memory, cultures, and negotiation of ongoing colonization. And the second example is an ecological interpretation. The Bible verse I want to share is from Genesis 1, verse 10, which is translating my Bible as the Helam Medengu O the Hedam. Sunsana muai hanganka utuh balau. Kesia penseli o ujilu. Sunsana muai hangan. Kemitaka utuh balau o malu sunsana. The Helan here means land, either uncultivated or cultivated. Here an adjective, medengu, is added meaning dry. And here, the Sunjan na muai hangan ka utubalo literally means so that God has given the name to emphasize God gives the Herland, which is little capital, a proper name, bigger capital, the Herland. This translation, especially muai hangan here, that is given name, has a deep cultural meanings as well as a land narrative for the Sedic people. Any person, place, and object that is given a name is recognized and has its intrinsic authority, agency, and identity. No one can abuse, bully, or dispose of at will. Thus, these Marletau verses emphasize that dry land that is named as Dan, that is big capital, the Herland, solemnly has its own authority and autonomy. And the latter phrase is Gashia Basisalik or Ujilung. Gashia means water, which can be a small drop or a small puddle. Basisili emphasizes accumulation or gathering little by little over time. And Ujilung refers to the ocean. And according to the Sedic traditional philosophy, even we are more like mountainous community, for us, the bounteous sea must be accumulated over time from a little bit of water. And the life in the sea is also diversified over time. And also the addition of Sunjana Muai Hangan, which was mentioned previously, means so that God has given the name. This signifies that the sea itself and the creatures that grow in it have a God-given authority and autonomy. The sea has become part of our companions and must be treated with kindness and care. And the final phrase, which I think I don't put it, Gamitaka utubalo or malu sunjana, is repeated. That is, God sees it as good. That is malu, which is good. So in this verse, the land and the sea have their own sacred and unique name entitled from God. They enjoy their own sovereignty, authority, and dignity given by God. The names represent their unique memories, stories, and cultures. So from my Sedic perspective, our contemporary crises like environment and climate changes, the ecological crisis, the war between humans, etc., are all indicating that we have constantly chosen to forget the following questions. Have we listened to and respect the unique stories of the lands and sea in which each person lives? Do we see the land and the sea as our companions with dignity and authority and sovereignty? So unfortunately, due to the time constraints, I am not able to share more about the decolonial and ecological, even land-orientated and even sea-orientated readings that mother tongue readings can bring more perspective from my tribes. But in today's presentation, I hope I have introduced the indigenous people in Taiwan, the colonial experience, the importance of translating the Bible into the mother tongues. I've also outlined a little bit the importance and challenges and opportunities of mother tongue Bibles for the theology and biblical reading for the indigenous people in Taiwan, as well as for our own mother tongue theologies. I also used the two short examples to show that actually as indigenous people, for my case, Sedic people, could reflect on decolonial and ecological interpretation from our own wisdom. I think this will not only open up the indigenous people's reflection on the wisdom of the land and sea, but will also allow us to rethink the importance of modern tongue Bible for ourselves, for the indigenous people. Let the mother tongue Bibles be used not only in the reading of Christian and even Hebrew wisdom traditions, but it may also be used as space and platform for the traditional wisdom and cultures and philosophy of the indigenous peoples. Thank you so much. Mahawai Su Badai.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Rizal, for your wonderful presentation, as usual. And yeah, it's time for us for the Q&A. If it's for all participants. If you have questions for Rizal, you can just raise your hand and then deliver your question, or you can just write it down in the chat room. While waiting for the others, Rizal, I have some questions. Yeah, it's always interesting for me to hear about how 70% of indigenous community in Taiwan become Christians when they don't have Bible in their mother tongue. So what makes them interested to Christianity? Is that because there are similarity between the biblical world of Christianity and the worldview of the indigenous community in Taiwan? The second one is it's interesting about the proper name given to land, given to the sea. So with a proper name, then they're subject like us. If we have name, then we have our own dignity, our authority, our own agency. And that is really enriching for me. And I need to explore more about how in practical life, the proper name of the sea. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. So it's interesting about the proper name, and I really would like
natural fertilizer that he used to put on the land. And he say, different woods, if you put different woods in certain season, then the land will be happy to grow. So we don't know why in the spring he put this kind of wood on the land and they say this is a good fertilizer and the plant will grow. And in the winter and put another wood and put on the land and they say that rice will grow. So I don't know whether it related to indigenous pH understanding, but I think it can answer your questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes. And the last one from Lady Mandalika. Thank you, Risa, for your presentation. Using the mother tongue in Bible translation that takes into account the honored names for the land, mountain, and the local culture is indeed very important. To what extent does the Bible translation process contribute to community resilience in facing ecological devastation?
Yeah, thank you again for these crucial questions. If you have the opportunity, if you come to Taiwan, we have 16 indigenous people. Mostly, we use our mother tongue Bibles. So in our tribal church, you can hear all the services are in mother tongue. So, for example, the obvious answer to this question is ask them what is the term that you use to translate land, sea, or even sacred. Because when you talk about the term in their mother tongue themselves, they will share with you how we keep the land, how we take care of our sea, and what is the relationship between God, land, sea. And I think these are the opportunities to not only think about the just as I mentioned, not only the Bible content itself, but also you bring the wisdom to the Bible content itself to create a dialogue platform. So, for example, when I say the Helam, that means land, and you ask different elders, they do have different attachment when they say the Helam, because like for English, land is land, but for our mother tongue, when you say the Helam, they have a lot of memories and attachment to that. So I think that's the power of languages as well. There's also the power of, I call the repertoire of indigenous memories behind our mother tongue.
Wow, amazing. Thank you so much, Lisa. And we have, sorry.
Okay. We have another participant want to, if you want questions. So I know it's, I think it's more than 30 minutes now, but since the first presenter was unable to join us, then we still have plenty of time. If you don't mind, just another one question. Please, Dr. Mangililo.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, can you hear me? Okay, it is very interesting. I have two questions for you. The first one is that, like in Indonesian context, when we translated Hebrew Bible into our language, Bahasa. For example, we have this Yahweh, the word Yahweh or Adonai, we translate it into God, Tuhan. The word is Tuhan. But like in the Hebrew, they have this pronunciation and they have gender. Like Adonai is male, God. While when we translate it in the Bahasa, in our language, for God, we don't have this gender thing. And then we don't have that he or she thing. So it is really good for us, for our imagination, that we don't think about God as male or female. But because of the Western kind of influence, then put this he, she, then that's why we become very patriarchal. That's how about your experience in your own context? That's the first one. The second one is that like my first example is for our national language, Bahasa Indonesia. But then we also have our cultural or local languages, and then it's like we have like 600 something different languages in Indonesia. Now, when we translate God too, when the colonial people came and they tried to translate certain words in our local language so that people can understand better, they decided which word is given to God. Like for us, like God, they translated Wisnen. But the problem is, in our context, at least we have 3 different gods. The gods of heaven, the gods of earth, and then the gods of water. And then these missionaries, they decided to give this power to God, who is Neno. And the result is that it marginalized these 2 other gods. So that's really interesting. Or at some point, we see that translating this, we using some of our language, it can liberate God. But at the same, but on the other side, it really marginalized different gods. So what about your context? I really want to know that. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much again for these meaningful questions. And my first answer will be speaking from the perspective of biblical studies. I think we have to understand a little bit that monotheism and Yahweh is not in the beginning the so-called official God. I mean, they do have different involving of their gods. So if we put there's a book by Thomas Romer entitled The Invention of God. He explained how the Israelites finding different gods and involving into the Yahweh, that is monotheism. So I always wondering if the Israelite in the Hebrew Bible that we see as a Christian or as a sacred text, they also experienced the how do we say, the development of finding the God they engage. So there's a process. So why couldn't we, as a Christian, if you say Bible is our sacred text, why could we follow this kind of similar step of finding different gods in different environment? I think this is my response from the biblical studies perspective. I think that's the first one. And second one, when you say this is touches a little bit Taiwan's tricky history. My tribes, we only have one word for God. That is what I mentioned, Utuh. But Utuh includes God, ghost, spirits, and also bad spirit, good spirit, and neutral spirit, and deaf person's spirit, or living person's spirit. So when the missionary came, they said, no, Utus has only one meaning, that is monotheism, that is Yahweh. Then I think we do share this history that when missionaries say you can only choose one definition. But I think it is our mission to explore, no matter in our documentation or in our historical records, to see what are the contexts that why they translated what are their strategy that translating that words into Yahweh, and why what is the indigenous responses, even though the writing is in the hand of colonizer, but we still have to try what is the voices at that time. And also you mentioned about the gender. This is a really good question. Yeah, we don't have binary gender. That's what we know, brought by Western culture, and we don't have a fixed gender. What is the word gender? So I think we also have to see in the historical perspective how and when and what kind of verses that has been imposed to the indigenous peoples, especially in the name of our mother tongue. I think that's the most tricky part, because when you say this verse is mother tongue and it creates a little bit intimacy, then our tribal people will say, yeah, we believe that, but it seems like we don't recognize the colonial trope they have. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. This is really a wonderful conversation. Yeah, there's a comment from Lady Mandali. Yeah, we don't have a gender problem with the name of God. However, the imagination of male God is there, and that image is passed on to this.
If I can answer a little bit, when I say Utuh Tamaninun, the god of weaving, actually weaving is a female image. So there's no dominant male god image in my tribes.
Well, Rizal, we thank you so much for your time to present your paper. It is really fascinating, and it reaches us with very important insights in our understanding of the biblical scholarship, especially the importance of translating the Bible into our mother tongue. So hopefully in the next, or maybe next year, you can come again and let's talk about a little bit about explore about the sea and the land in the colonial discourse. Thank you very much, and we can express our appreciation to thank you. We come to our next presenter. It's supposed to be Ishak Oemata and Mehdi Bosen Rajapono. So, are you with us, Ishak and Mehdi Bosen?
Okay, thank you, Pak Elia.
Yeah, you have 30 minutes, Pak Mehdi, 20 minutes to present your paper, and then 10 minutes for the Q&A. Thanks, yours.
Thank you. I will share the screen. Everybody can hear my voice. Okay, thank you. My name is Mehdi Bosen Rajapono. I'm from Indonesia, from Artawacana Christian University. I will present our paper, me and Ishak Bendris Hoematan, with title Indigenous Eco-Hospitality, Constructing Ecological Ethics Based on Anarchism and Indigenous Religion Paradigm. Introduction, the Sabu Sea, or we call Sabu Sea, as the central area of Aquatic National Park, has been declared as a marine conservation area. Is a marine area that has a high diversity of fisheries and other marine resources. In addition to the above marine biodiversity, the South Sea is also one of the important area as the outer boundary of the Republic of Indonesia with other countries. Increasing pressures and destructive practices are impacting the sustainability of shallow marine ecosystems, particularly mangroves and coral reefs. The level of damage for both types of coastal ecosystems reached an average of 70%. In addition to the problem of coastal ecosystem damage, supervision and security of potential fish resources are also very weak. This paper seeks to show and reflect on the relationship between humans and non-humans ecology as a subject-to-subject relationship rather than subject and object. This relationship will be based on the daily experience of the people of Sabu, in this case, the experience of the indigenous community called Jingitiu, and also the experience of the Christianity in Sabu, which are intertwined and have their own ethics, moral values in managing the environment. This research will be conducted using qualitative methods to collect data related to this issue, and will also use Richard Kearney's hermeneutic phenomenology as a dissection tool. Research questions First, how can the eco-religious practice of the Jingitiw people become a shared value, ethical hospitality for life together? Two, how does the eco-religious practice coexist with Christianity, which later became their brother on the island of Sabu? And three, how can indigenous eco-hospitality become a common agreement in caring for ecology? Discussion, Sabu and ecological hospitality. According to Samsul Ma'arif, humans and non-humans not only live side by side, but also share life in the world. This idea is an integral part of the lives of the indigenous people from Amatoa, Sulawesi. Ma'arif shows how to the social ethical values of the indigenous Amatoa community with a relationship with their living environment, especially with the forest where they live and forage for food. Forests and everything in them are not seen as objects for humans, but as living subjects who share life with humans. Reciprocity, take and give for the Amatoa community is a fundamental thing. Take and give is a religious ethical value of the local community, which is practiced in building relationship with non-human beings. For them, religious life means sharing, because no one can live alone in the world. This can be called socio-religious life. In the context of Sabu, the Jingitiw people have a concept of socio-religious life, which is practiced in everyday life. They believe that Deo Ama, or God, has a brother named Wango, or Satan, or Devil, an invisible being who coexist with their lives as non-human subjects who keep them away from destructive things. In Jingitiw's view, Wango does not have a negative tone. It does not have the intention to systematically tempt or mislead people. However, Wango is considered responsible if human lose control, become emotional, and commit violence. He can be angry, but can be calmed through offerings. There is a Jingitiw rites which aim to summon the Wango to take away bad things from humans. And this Wango lives in the sea. Jingitiw also have a close relationship with other non-human subject as the whale in Sabu called Iwalungi, and she is a woman, which is their ancestor that lives in the sea and is believed to be their helper when they encounter difficulties in the sea. The belief systems and rituals show the creatures from the sea as the elder siblings and the people from the land as the younger siblings. Women are depicted as sea and water, men are likened to the land. And in Sabu people, they believe that the wife of the first ancestor of the Sabu is Kikaga, is a creature from the sea. And this means that the sea is respected as a sister and as a woman, helper, source of life. The sea is the bridge or intermediary of blessings from ancestor in the West. Some people believe that their ancestor lives in Tanjung Sasar or Julihaha in Sumba Island, and Deo to the Safunis. This is seen in the Holy Rite, harvest Thanksgiving rite, where the Safunis brings harvest offerings to the sea to ask blessings from Deo and the ancestors. Also in the rite of calling Due or Nila water from palm tree, green beans and sorghum from the sea. Some of the things related to the Jingitiu or Sabu community in building their relationship with the environment, then following Ma'arif, can be called religious ecology. In this case, the most important part in the practice of religious ecology is to place non-human beings as subjects who share life, take and give, as a relationship of mutual responsibility. Thus, based on this, the Sabu people, Jingitiu, formulate their identity through relationship with non-humans, sea, due or tree, palm, land, forest, as a relationship of mutual responsibility. Christianity and ecological hospitality. According to Richard Kearney, some wisdom tradition believe that the spirit lives in nature and the soul lives in the body. Christianity, for example, believes that Jesus Christ incarnated as a human being. The Word became flesh. Kearney constructs this belief in what he calls anacarnation. The prefix ana is described in the Oxford English Dictionary as follows: from the Greek, back, up, after, again, in time and space. Add the substantive carnation, and you have the term anacarnation. In short, anacarnation, according to Kearney, is a repetition back to the incarnation of Jesus Christ, who coexists in human space and time. For Kearney, it is from the beginning that the spirit, non-human lives, interrelates with humans and lives on earth. Kearney's attempt to celebrate incarnation in the universe of everyday life and human experience, especially the relation between humans and non-humans. Kearney, indigenous eco-hospitality. The hospitality shown by the Jingitiu and its collaboration with the Christian values of anacarnation can be a shared vision in an effort to maintain and build relationship with nature, especially the sea. Then this can be called indigenous eco-hospitality. Indigenous eco-hospitality describes a strong relationship between religions in seeking an ethical attitude together, managing life, see, as a subject to subject, taking and giving each other than taking responsibility for each other. Thus, indigenous communities and Christianity do not separate themselves from each other in managing the environment. Conclusion, the indigenous value of eco-hospitality owned by Jingitiw can be the basis for protecting and maintaining the non-human environment, especially the sea. Jingitiw in Sabu and Anacarnation Cornei emphasize that the non-human environment is a subject that is closely related to human survival. The sea is the source of life and the medium of blessing for humans. Therefore, it needs to be preserved, respected, and treated as a subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mepi, for your presentation. It's really great paper. I learned so much from your presentations. All right, it's time for Q&A. If anyone has a question, please feel free to deliver your questions. You can raise hand and also type your questions in the chat room. While waiting for them, I have some questions. The first one is, in the conclusion, it seems to me that you kind of use you follow the concept of ecological concept of utilization, which means that you preserve nature because nature is important for you. You preserve the sea because the sea is very important for us. Without the sea, we cannot live. That is totally correct, but the ecological, eco-theological scholars mostly will say that we have to protect or preserve the sea or other non-human beings, not for our interests, but for themselves. It is our responsibility, our expressions of living together as co-fellow creatures. So, yeah, would you please, maybe you have different perspective or maybe different understandings on that issue. If you don't mind, please share with us. The second one is in Sabu Island. Yeah, there's still indigenous community. There's still indigenous community, the Jingitiw, and Christianity. Christianity is the majority. The Jingitiw is just a small, or yeah, small number. And it seems to me that you are trying to juxtapose Christianity here and indigenous community here. So, like different group. My question is, how about Christians who, how to say, who live as indigenous, as Jingitiw? Like you, maybe you might have known that some Sabunis, even though they are Christians, but they still engage in like holy rite. So how can Christians who are indigenous can play their role in
Sorry. Kalau begini dengar.
I can hear well your voice, Pak Elia.
Now can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. You are still unmute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Still low. Sorry.
The laptop. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. You put together two different groups, Christianity and indigenous ingenuity, which is right. They are different groups. But my question is, there are Christians who live in indigenous ingenuity ways, like they participate in holy ritual. And even though, like, you might have known that many Christians in Sabu, they still like live like indigenous people, like some rituals. They also attend the rites from the Jingtu imams. So my question is, how can you say a little bit about what role can these Christians can play to bridge the indigenous, the indigenous understanding and attitude toward the sea, and Richard Kearney's notion of incarnation? Is there? Do you think Christians, yes, indigenous Christians in Sabu, can play a certain role for that, or no?
Okay. Yeah. I try to understanding your question because I cannot hear you very well. But
Jadi tadi
Ya.
saya tanya Pak Mevi, kan
Ya.
ada tuh orang Kristen yang masih hidup, masih praktek indigenous. Jadi bagaimana orang Kristen yang seperti itu bisa berperan dalam menghubungkan tadi apa nilai indigenous dengan Richard Kearney punya incarnation itu?
Yes. You know that Kearney tries to situate the relationship between humans and non-humans, where the relationship between humans and human living Christ in the life needs to be a relationship of collaboration, mutual care, responsibility, and sharing of life. And people of Sabu, although they have become Christianity, they still living the believing system in Sabu people. So I think church or Christianity can work together with them, and I think Christianity or Christian in Savu can do something like contextual theology, give them how to interpret the what the name? Sorry, I
Yang ritual tadi.
sorry. In Indonesia, sorry.
In Indonesia is fine.
Artinya bahwa bagaimana orang-orang Kristen di Sabu memberikan kembali diberikan pemahaman kembali tentang nilai-nilai leluhur, nilai-nilai budaya yang mereka hidupi selama ini dalam upaya untuk menjaga kelestarian alam, terutama laut sebenarnya. Jadi mungkin pemahaman teologis mereka yang perlu dirubah. Saya ingat persis ketika saya masih kecil, misalnya mama saya bilang, ayo cepat tidur. Kalau kau tidak tidur maka setan dari laut, Wango from the sea will catch you up. Gitu. Ini ada pemahaman bahwa laut itu is bad, tempat tinggal setan. Jadi mungkin ini berpengaruh terhadap sikap orang Kristen terhadap laut yang tidak menjaga laut dengan baik, sekalipun laut menjadi a source of life.
Yeah. If I can translate Pak Mevi's answer is that there is strong potential for indigenous Christians in Savu to revitalize the concept of indigenous people about the sea, about the lands, and with developing contextual theology that help the Savonese to learn more about their indigeneity, because it seems to many Savonese that the sea is, I mean, because of the influence of Christianity, maybe the sea is seen as a bad thing because there's Wango, the Satan is from the sea, and sometimes parents tell their children, it's like, if you don't do this, then the Wango or the Satan from the sea will come and then will catch you. So there are many values from Jingetiu, from the indigenous community, which are very important for people to connect with nature, with the sea, and to preserve the sea. But there are some aspects that are also could be destructive, and that's why indigenous Christians in Sabu can play their role with contextual theology to educate, to raise awareness, or to embrace the indigenous values in their Christian life. Is that true, Pak Mevi? My translation?
Yes. Di dalam cerita tentang mitologi Sabu, sebelum leluhur pertama orang Sabu itu sampai di Pulau Sabu, terjadi tsunami yang besar yang menenggelamkan Pulau Sabu, dan tersisa yang ada, kemudian pulau yang ada ini, Pulau Sabu ini, kemudian barulah Ki Gagal sebagai leluhur pertama orang Sabu itu hidup di Pulau Sabu. Dan bagaimana pemahaman sampai sekarang ini Pulau Sabu masih dikenal sebagai pulau yang cukup terdampak dari angin barat juga gelombang yang sangat besar, dan saya tidak tahu sejauh mana pemahaman tentang laut sebagai sahabat dan sumber kehidupan ini berpengaruh terhadap pemahaman mereka. Ya, tapi yang pasti bahwa dalam kepercayaan, dalam kebiasaan orang Sabu, dalam pemahaman mereka, ya Sabu laut sekalipun sebagai saudara, sebagai sahabat, tetapi sewaktu-waktu laut bisa menjadi marah. Dan karena itu di sepanjang pesisir Pulau Sabu dulu itu ditanami tanaman berduri, thorny plants itu, yang sebenarnya dalam kepercayaan mereka mencegah supaya si jahat dari laut itu datang menyerang manusia. Ini kearifan yang sebenarnya juga mencegah supaya jangan air laut naik ke darat. Ini sayangnya tanaman ini sudah hilang, dan saya sebagai orang Sabu di Pulau Sumba itu dulu juga masih memelihara tanaman seperti ini. Ketika tanaman ini mati, tidak ada lagi, maka sekarang abrasi air laut lebih cepat naik ke darat. Seperti itu, Pak Eli.
Okay, thank you, Pak Mevi. So, Pak Mevi just wants to emphasize that the sea is important. The perception of the sea as friends or a good creation, good created beings for Sabunese is there. But on the other hand, they also perceive the sea as an agent that could bring disaster and so on. So usually in coastal areas of Safu, people plant thorny plants. I don't know the name, but the reason behind that the planting that kind of plants is because it's tree, right? It's tree, or it's like the small one, kecil ya, tanaman kecil dan berduri itu kan?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. To protect the people from the evil things coming from sea, from Wang or from Sab. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's odi et amore with the seas. It is good, it is bad, but I love it. So it's kind of like a friendship and enemy relationship, kind of love and hate relationship. So yeah. Okay, there are some questions. We still have some time. Question from Cindy. Sabulan has become one of the locations exposed to tsunami. Has this altered the local community's perspective on the sea as a friend and a source of livelihood? I think you have answered that, Pak Mevi, because the sea could be friend, but also could be enemy. As a friend, it's source of life, source of livelihood, source of food, livelihood, but then it could be enemy, love and hate relationship. The other one from Debisio, can you describe the forms of ceremonies honoring Jinitiu, which can be taken over in the form of respect for God in relation to environmental liturgy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sabu people have a calendar for work. Every month there's some work, beberapa pekerjaan yang harus dilakukan pada bulan itu, dan biasanya ada perayaan atau ritus yang dilakukan setiap bulan kerja itu, dan salah satu adalah Hole, perayaan ucapan syukur panen itu. Biasanya mereka membawa persembahan itu ke mesbah, ke nada seperti di Namata itu, kemudian persembahan itu dibawa ke laut, dibawa dengan iring-iringan nyanyian, kemudian diletakkan di perahu Hole dan dibiarkan di laut untuk tiba ke negeri seberang, yaitu di Tanjung Sasar, dan meminta berkat kepada leluhur. Nah, ini mungkin salah satu bentuk ritual yang juga dapat dimaknai atau dihidupkan dalam konteks kekristenan di Pulau Sabu. Saya belum mendengar bagaimana orang gereja di Sabu mengadopsi perayaan ini sebagai perayaan ucapan syukur hasil panen di Pulau Sabu. Yang terpelihara hanyalah ritus hole yang dilakukan oleh orang Jingitiu di sana.
Yeah, Pak Mevi says that Hole ritual is one of the ceremony that has potential to be developed by the church of Christian communities to honor God, to bring it into like environmental liturgy, as you say, Debbie. So, but unfortunately nowadays, until now, yeah, I agree with you, Pak Mevi, that the church hasn't employed that involved in more like, how to say, to embrace that ceremony, that ritual, and then to bring it as a Christian liturgy or Christian ritual. I don't know. We could do more research on that. But yes, it is conducted. That ritual is conducted by Jingitius, by this indigenous community, but Christians, they all go and how to say, celebrate. They participate in this ceremony. The difference is that it is not conducted by the ministers, church ministers. It's by the tribes chiefs. Is that correct? Yeah. It's different to Sasi in Ambon. Sasi in Ambon, you have Sasi Gereja, church Sasi, and Sasi Masjid, mosque Sasi. The Sasi, this similar ritual is conducted by minister for church Sasi and by Muslim imam for the mosque Sasi. It's not what is going on in Sabu, unfortunately. So, is there any other questions? I think no more. So, Pak Mevi, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Pelia, for helping me to translate.
That's fine. Thank you for your hard work to step forward and then present the paper. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we come to the last presenter for this session before we take a break. The next presenter, I think there are two presenters. Dr. John Simon and Mr. Edward Simamora. So please take, if you are here with us, Pak John and Pak Edward, you can turn on your video, and then I invite you. Yeah, Edward is there. So yeah. Thank you, Edward, Daniel, for coming to this conference. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your willingness to participate in this conference. You have 30 minutes as usual, 20 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for the Q&A. So you can introduce yourself briefly and present your paper. Time is yours.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Okay. I'm first. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Elia. Good afternoon to all of us. This is my second presentation on this conference. I'm sorry. Yesterday's presentation was not very satisfying. Also for me, I'm sorry to Pak Elia. In the second presentation, my name John Simon, and together with brother Edward Daniel Simamora, We come from Makassar, STFT Inti Makassar, and Brother Edward is my very talented young theologian. Yeah, yeah, a very talented young theologian. I will mention some of his important activities here. For example, being a translator in public lecture of Professor Volker Kuser at STFT Inti Makassar some time ago. And a few weeks ago, he was president of youth activities in Chiang Mai, Thailand. And now he is helping me at the Center for Religion and Culture Studies at STFT Inti Makassar as a researcher. There are several books that we have produced, including Interfaith Marriage book, and forthcoming publication entitled Theology of Digitality. And I hope Bro Edward will soon study further, I don't know, in Indonesia, in Europe, or in Australia. I pray for this. Now I invite you, Brother Edward, can start this presentation. Once again, I apologize that I was involved in other activities at the same time, but I still have an online presence. Okay, stands yours, Bro Edward.
Yeah, thank you so much for the generous introduction. And I have asked some assistance from the production team to present the presentation slides. Can we have it in the full screen? Sorry. Is it possible to make it full screen?
Yeah. Go ahead, Edward.
It's not yet full screen. Sorry. Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, thank you for the opening, Dr. John Simon. Now I'm going to jump into the presentation. As you can see, the title here is very much self-explanatory. It's examining the relevance of liberation theology in addressing ecological and social justice challenges in the age of the capitalist scene, using a comparative analysis. First, I'm going to show you the summary of the research so that we can get the idea of how we're going to navigate throughout this paper. So this research aims to investigate the contemporary relevance of liberation theology, especially focusing on its Marxist roots as a lens to understand the present global challenges for the capitalist scene. So liberation theology's capacity to unveil the intertwining, the Anthropocene and the capitalist scene underscores the vital intersectionality between the different structures that perpetuate social violence and ecological exploitations. We're going to cover the basic of both. Liberation theology serves, as we are proposing in this paper, as a catalyst for dialogue involving voices often neglected by mainstream discourse, as well as an important contributor to the interdisciplinary dialogue surrounding the capitalist scene and the imperatives of ecological and social justice in our rapidly evolving world. So this paper positions liberation theology as a catalyst to inspire further research and dialogue to achieve a deeper understanding about challenges within this capitalism era. Next, please. So as you can see here, here is the structure of the paper. So we can predict how it navigates forward. We're going to do some basic introduction about the government's position on the climate change and the bilateral disputes between Indonesia and Malaysia, which is happening right now, using a short story by Plato in the Thesis 174. And then we're going to cover a basic introduction about both Anthropocene and Capitalocene. And then we're going to see the differences between the two, and then the problem of building a theoretical discussion upon either Anthropocene and Capitalocene. We're going to cover at least 7 theoretical or publications, major publications surrounding both the notion of Anthropocene and Capitalocene, and also the further significance of using Capitalocene as the framework of this paper. And then when we are done with the Anthropocene and Capitalocene, we're going to do a little bit of journey on how the eco-theology welcomes the emergence of liberation theology within this discourse. Started from the liberation theology's response to environmental degradation, and then focus on one major theologian within the liberation theology, Leonard Bob's contribution in relation to the climate change. And then this is something that we are still struggling on, but then we're going to focus on the Marxist roots between the liberation theology, and then see whether how is it possible to implement the ecological Marxism within the discourse in Indonesia. And then we're going to see some already published writings about Marxist analysts about the Capitalocene, and then the insight from the theoretical insight from ecological Marxist theories, including crisis, alienation, consumption, steady state economic model, and then the ecological socialism. And then we're going to do some recap on the findings and discussions, and then also proceed into the question and answer. Let's move forward to the next slide, please. Okay, so here's a short story on how we describe the gravity of the research. So it's a story about the conversation between Socrates and Theaetetus and his math teacher, in which Socrates told them that of everything that is each in its entirety, never lowering itself into anything close at hence. What do you mean? So Socrates told a story about Thales, one of the 7 major super ancient philosopher in the Greek. So in this story, Thales was observing the sky, and he was considered to be like one of the ancient astronomer of his time. So look at the sky and then reflect on it. But then he fell to a pit. He fell to a well because he didn't see what's at the front of his feet. But at the time, there's a Thracian servant. Servant is really the softened version of a slave. I believe it's a slave. A slave Thracian woman looking at him, knowing that he fell into the well in his gaze into the sky. And then there's a scholar named Nancy Cardoso Pereira in his writing, Deep Ecology for an Ecology for the, sorry, I can't see it. Deep Ecology for the Proletariat, I believe. And next slide. In this writing, she tried to interpret this laughter by saying that, next please. Yes, when the Thracian slave laughed at Thales of Miletus, who was intensely observing the sky and stars but accidentally fell, what does it mean? What does the laughter mean? Was it perhaps a mocking reaction? Of course not. From her investigation, it was not. Her laughter represented the laughter of female laborers bound to the realm of an essential needs and all-encompassing connection within the entire inhabited world. So this is something that we, me and Dr. John Simon would like to call it as an epistemological eclipse. It's a philosophical term used when the body of knowledge of a group of people were blocked and were silenced by another larger group. It was originally used in the African philosophy, but then used in a broader sense. So next, please. So just to give the idea of my fellow participant who's not from Indonesia, we have this government of Indonesia's position on climate change. So the report published by this document, the IPCC in April, has revealed there's an alarm that everyone knows about it. The average temperature of the world rises about 1.5 Celsius. This is critical because the inevitability of global warming can trigger catastrophic climate change related disaster. So out of this fact, Indonesia has conducted a lot of research and also result in a lot of breakthrough in terms of like changing the paradigm of our development. We're trying to change the development paradigm from the growth-oriented paradigm of development into the paradigm that is revolving around the well-being of the citizen. Next, please. Yes, next, please. So it's a news that is very recently happening in Indonesia. So yeah, so it's a general view of skies in Kuala Lumpur. The picture was taken earlier at the first week of this month in Kuala Lumpur in relation to the transboundary haze that is now, if we follow the news, it's everywhere. So the general director of the environment department has sent a letter to Indonesian Minister of Environment asking for coordination to solve this problem because they detected transboundary haze from the forest fire in Sumatra and Kalimantan, and then they want to cooperate to resolve this problem. Next, please. Yeah, as you can see here, the initial motive of the letter was to cooperate and a partnership in which they're going to mitigate the problem, because we cannot go back to the time where haze is a normal thing, because it has happened multiple times in the last decades alone. I believe the previous one is in 2019 and 2015, in which our ex-vice president said that it's a risk. So we are neighboring countries. Like it's an official statement by the ex-vice president. He said that as a neighboring countries, it is our common responsibility to preserve the environment, because when it goes well, then we're going to coexist in happiness and then enjoy it peacefully as a neighboring country. But then when things go wrong like this, like for example, the Singaporean and the Malaysian, this is exactly what the ex-president said, ex-president Yusuf Kala. Singaporeans and Malaysian people have been enjoying the fresh air from Sumatra and Kalimantan. But now, since we have forest fire, they should be ready because of it's the consequences of the neighboring countries. So we would say that it's a shame for our country to have this paradigm of development of like conducting and navigating ourselves throughout this bilateral issues. Next, please. So this is the data of the daily hotspot in September 28th that was used by the General Department of Environment for Malaysia. They detected like a lot of hotspots. The previous one, sorry, the previous one, previous. Go back. Let's go back. Yeah, that's it. So they detected the data was taken from a Singaporean organization, which is Asian Specialized Meteorological Center. Sorry, the next one, the graph. Can you see the graph? Next one, the graph. I'm sorry. Next one. Yes, this is it. This is it. Okay, so the Asian Specialized Meteorological Center in Singapore detected hundreds of hotspots in Sumatra and Kalimantan, and they used this data to ask for responsibility from the Indonesian government, because it happens at the very same time when the haze arrived in Malaysia and then caused the very first picture that we've seen. Next, please. But then our officials declined responsibility by saying that there is no proof that the haze is from Indonesia. Indonesia insists no transboundary haze is working to end forest fires, but not because of Malaysia's request. The next, please. So the data used by the Indonesian minister is this. This is a picture about the wind direction that is also from the very same organization, which is ASEAN Specialized Meteorological Center, showing that, okay, the wind movement does not imply that there is transboundary haze from Indonesia, from Sumatra and Kalimantan to Malaysia. So using this very same data, they decline responsibility and saying that, no, it is not from Indonesia. But the irony is that they refuse to use the very same data that Malaysia used in the previous transboundary haze in 2019 and 2015. But now, because the data says the other way around, the data said that there is no transboundary haze, we decided to keep the data. So now we are trapped in this counterproductive conversation of blame game between Indonesia and Malaysia, asking whose fault is this? But then there is no further partnership between the two, because Malaysia itself admit that they have companies. They have companies in Sumatra, and they are willing to coordinate to contribute into resolving this problem. Next one.
Edward, just to let you know, you have 5 minutes left.
Oh yeah, sorry. So yeah, we can skip this. So there's an associate professor saying that this bilateral blame game has boiled down into a national pride. Now, we've seen from the previous conversations, with all due respect, we've seen a lot of anthropocentric perspective towards it, which is not wrong. We're not here to claim that capitalism is a better perspective, but we've seen a problem in which we associate the climate change into the existence of human beings. So as in this part, we're going to cover the difference between the two, between Anthropocene and capitalism, and the significance of using either. Next, please. Okay, so the term, to make it short, this term was coined by an Italian geologist to associate the climate change with the intensity of human activity as seen from the perspective of geological epoch or geological era. So as we know that our world scientifically predicted came into existence approximately 4.6 billion years ago, and then throughout the time we have multiple mass extinction. So the mass extinction caused major shift in the way that the planet and the living beings navigate itself. And then from that sequence of events, we classified different geological epochs. And then the Anthropocene is a new geological epoch, saying that it's a new era characterized by the climate change created by human activity. Next one, please. Next, you can skip this. You can skip. We can skip. So this is how it looks visually. So the first circle represents the emergence of Homo sapiens, and then suddenly, all of a sudden, when after the existence of human and technology, the temperature of the world rises. So that's what makes the Anthropocene emerges. But we've seen that the usage of Anthropocene is being insensitive to some human beings, because it doesn't mean like just because we are a human, it means that we are responsible for the climate change. Further research has proven that the majority of the human beings is not responsible for the climate change, because 60% or 60 to 80% of the gas emissions were not from individual, were not significantly affected by individual way of life, but more about corporations, because the top 25, the biggest 25 corporations in the world contributes to 50% of gas emissions, whereas 100 of the biggest corporations in the world contributes to 70% of it. So that's how we came with into using this capitalism. Next. So as opposed, sorry, next please. Next please. Is it me or? Okay, so to make it short, the emergence of capitalism came from the same critique because the climate change, we cannot associate the climate change to the mere existence of the whole humanity. That's why this concept proposed a framework of understanding by associating the climate change instead of to a humankind, but to capitalism. To capitalism. Next, please. Next, we can skip. So in conclusion, the capitalism concept has left a mark on environmental activism. So it is underscoring the role of capitalism in driving the current environmental crisis. Next, please.
Edward, your
Yes.
time is past. I can grant you 5 minutes more. So
How many minutes? Sorry.
5 minutes more.
5 minutes more. Thank you.
I'm suggesting you to go direct to your theological perspective.
Yeah, thank you. So now let's move forward to the liberation theology response. We've seen like a lot of different perspectives on how the scholars in eco-theological conversation see the problem of climate change from the perspective of theology of creation, from the perspective of responsibility, ethics, care, and so on and so on. But then we decided to look at this shift from Anthropocene to capitalism, and then see that there is a dire need of using a framework that is really good at examining what is wrong with the capitalism, which is why we are using the liberation theology, because a lot of the scholars from the first generation of the Latin American theology have the experience of learning about Marxism and then integrate some of the Marxist theories in their theoretical framework. Some of them implicitly, some of them explicitly, including Leonardo Boff, who wrote about Marx explicitly, I believe, in some part of the paper. But let's move forward. We don't need to cover the basic of the liberation theology. Let's move forward. And okay, so just to make it quick, ecological Marxism is already a thing. There's a branch, a strand of Marxism that actually contributes into the discussion of ecology, but they have been critiqued because they are no longer at the strand of the orthodox Marxism. Let's move forward to the ecological Marxist proposals. Let's move forward. Next, please. Sorry. Let's go back to Leonardo Boff. Yes, that's it. The previous slide. Yes, the previous. Yes, that's it. So in 1985, so the Vatican's imposition of silent, the silent letter of the Pope put Leonardo Boff into a silent mode, in which he cannot preach, he cannot write, he cannot talk in public, and so on and so on. In which it serves at the starting point in which he started to contribute into the area of ecology. He participated in international conference convened by Michael Gorbachev and Stephen Rockefeller. In this group, and then he developed this framework of doing liberation theology in the terms of ecology. But then, as a participant in this forum, he had the privilege to contribute in writing that is now really famous, which is Laudato Si, that served as a foundational major document initiated by the Pope himself. So in this context, the defined spirituality that he is now proposing is like to put the earth as the great poor. So in which, from the initial first generation of Latin American liberation theology, they put the poor and the oppressed as some of the people who we need to put at the center. Now he changed the notion from the human poor into the great poor, which is the earth herself. So I think we need to skip to the findings and discussions. Sorry. The findings and discussions. We can skip forward. Next. findings next. Sorry. Yep, that's it. So looking back at the contribution on how the Marxist roots inspires Leonardo Boff and the early Latin American theologians to address the climate change as also related into a deep relationship with the capitalism, we have found some recommendations and discussion points in which we need some imperative restructuring of the legal framework to effectively govern society encompassing corporations, to consider the well-being of other nations globally and advocating a holistic approach towards the legal governance. And then the second finding is that the current governmental rhetoric concerning the sustainable oceans and related to universe demonstrate progress. However, the official written statements have yet to translate into tangible achievement concerning environmental preservation, highlighting the pressing need for more substantial integration of sustainability principles within the legal system. So now the current involvement of the Minister of the Investment in a lot of ecological cases signifies the perspective of the government seeing the environmental problem and public health as an economic issue instead of a humanity issue. Next, please. So the existing discourse advocating a paradigm shift from the growth-oriented development to a well-being-oriented approach or promising implications. However, despite the appealing theoretical premise, the government continues to prioritize physical infrastructure and economic development programs, often sidelighting critical environmental issues. So at this point, we'd like to close with the celebration of a loss. This is a term that we decided. The celebration of a loss is that we've seen how the government see the environmental crisis as something that is more importantly to see from the perspective of the economic motive instead of the humanity and their responsibility as a leader. But then it signifies the dire need also in humanity to shift the understanding of seeing it from the perspective of let's say from the ongoing mainstream ecology, which is from the perspective of theology of creation, responsibility, ethics of care, and so on, to integrate economy and the other perspective into formulating its theoretical framework, which has done by Leonardo Boff himself. So the last slide, the next one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is the last slide. I'm sorry. Yeah. So while acknowledging the significance of moral, spiritual, and personal approach, which we are not undermining, it is imperative to recognize their limitation in effectively resolving the structural issues. The root of the problem lies in policies and problem management. Effective governance involves navigating and regulating corporations meticulously to prevent the exploitation of non-renewable resources and environmental degradation. Thank you, and I'm sorry for the time management.
Thank you very much, Edward. I believe this is, if I read this paper, I believe this is a great paper. So yeah, hopefully if you publish somewhere, please let me know. I'm really interested to read the paper.
We still have 2 minutes for Q&A before we take a break. So if you have questions or response to Edward presentations, please go ahead. For Edward, I will ask the questions. I believe you've read so many books about liberation theology and ecology. And yeah, I'm writing a paper on liberation theology and coastal everydayness in Cuba. So if you could explain maybe in your paper, but you don't have chance to present it. What I find from liberation theology is that the emphasis is too much on human agency. It is human who do something to liberate nature and so on and so on, even including from the capitalism era. So from your engagement with liberation theology, when I say that the too much emphasis on human agency, it is because I read Leonardo Boff's The Cry of the Poor, Cry of the Air. So from your readings of liberation theology in relation to ecological crisis, do you find anything in liberation theology saying or give emphasis on non-human creatures' agency? Like if Michael Northwood talked about hope in marine ecological crisis, from marine scientific background, from his engagement with marine science, Northwood says that we cannot bring liberation to the sea without the agency of the sea. So human alone can do nothing for the liberation of the sea, because the sea has its own mechanism to restore itself, and that is found in our indigenous traditions. So yeah, I wonder if you could say something about your readings on liberation theology in relation to non-human agency. Do liberation theologians give like equal emphasis on non-human agency?
Yeah, thank you. I would admit that within the Orthodox first generation Latin American theology, we haven't found anyone that seriously talk about the egalitarianism within the agency of the creations. But we found some research about the nexus between the social justice and eco-justice that eventually tells that it is impossible to separate the different structures of oppressions. Like, for example, the structure of oppression in the family, structure of oppression that is based on identity, on gender, on religion, and so on, and the ecological crisis, because both of them derive from the very same underlying paradigm, which is consumeristic way of life, in which, like from the capitalistic point of view, we should pursue economic growth. And we see as in the Dutch capital, the nature is a free gift, and it's a labor and unpaid labor. It was, I believe it's in Grundrisse, and it's also the same within the social injustices, in which we see like the people of color, the sexually minority people, and so on. It is they are prone to be marginalized because of the very same underlying structure of thinking, which is to degrade and to make it cheap. I believe it's arriving under the title of the cheap nature. So that's the very same paradigm of living that encapsulates in both of those injustices. Therefore, we came into conclusion that it is impossible to do justice in the, let's say, eco-justice without addressing the social justice itself, and vice versa. So whenever like we use the framework of liberation theology, we have this underlying principle of the preferential of the marginalized people, preferential of the poor, preferential of the oppressed, and so on. So the key is to bring them into the center, and then apply some emancipatory approach and let them speak for themselves instead of speaking for them. That's only the way that we can sympathize with the ecological destruction, because we have no inherent experience of being oppressed, and the only people who have the experience and the right to do so is those who are at the margin. So by integrating both of these approaches, we agree that there is no chance for social justice without doing eco-justice at the very same time, using an integrated approach by bringing the great poor, the earth herself, to the center, and then let them speak from the voice of the oppressed.
Thank you very much, Edward, for your answer. That is helpful. All right, I think there is no more questions, and we run out of time 4 minutes. So please, all participants, I encourage you to express our appreciation to you, Ed first and Simon, for these presentations and conversation. Well, we will have a tea break, coffee break for 25 minutes. We will come back with the last 4 presentations by the great, also the great theologians. All right, enjoy your coffee and tea break.
It's not a.
And then
Halo.
Test my startable video.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I think it's time for us to proceed with our last session. There will be 4 presentations. And the first one will be Eritrika Lulik from Artawacana Christian University. So yeah, it's the time, 4 p.m. And Eritrika, you have 20 minutes to present your paper, and we will have 10 minutes for Q&A after your presentations. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Anyone in Zoom? Can you hear my voice clearly? Okay. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Eritrika. You can call me Tia. I come from Faculty of Theology at Artawacana Christian University. The paper I brought in is titled Postal Conjugation and Proposal for an Ecclesiological Church Model. This title has changed from the previous one, but still addresses the same issue. For the information, I work on this paper with a friend. Maybe she's in the Zoom now. Her name is Leah Moreno. Before we proceed, we would like to mention that the content of this paper is still in progress. Maybe we just begin. It needs requiring further research. Okay, let's start now. This research is based on 2 evolving thoughts about the church. The first comes from Catholic theologian born in 1918 to 2008, named Epidox, who proposed different church models. He outlined at least 6 models: the church as an institution, the church as a mystical communion, the church as a sacrament, the church as a hero, the church as a servant, and the church as a community of disciples. It must be acknowledged that those ideas significantly influenced or conversely fulfilled what has been the focus of church ministry, a church centered around its members and officials. Two church models, however, lack a concern for ecological realities. Although churches nowadays are increasingly emphasizing ecological awareness, most of them pay attention only to agricultural ecology and tend to neglect marine ecology. And secondly, we borrow the church model used by the Protestant Evangelical Church, GMIT, for its ecclesiological identity. GMIT refers to its church fellowship as Familia Dei, or the family of God. This concept encompasses everyone, regardless of gender. Even in the GMIT Creed, it is stated that the church is the house of God, and Jesus Christ is the central pillar in that house.
All members, male and female, are siblings. However, this interpretation diminishes the presence of nature as part of the church body. Next, furthermore, this study proposed coastal congregation as a model for an ecclesiastical church. We choose coastal congregation for several reasons. Church models are contextual and should be based on the concrete experience of believers and contain values to be lived as a church community. Coastal congregations are an integral part of the community. According to the Indonesian law, number 27 of 2007, which was later amended by law number 1 of 2014 on coastal and small islands management. The community includes indigenous, local, and traditional communities residing in coastal and small island areas. Coastal congregations are inseparable from communities that play a strategic role in managing coastal and marine resources. They have a high dependence on natural resources, reflecting their philosophy of life, which emphasizes maintaining the balance between humans and nature. Coastal communities' practice in managing coastal resources have been passed down through generations, are indigenous, and are currently being revitalized, although some are fading away. Moving forward, the theological principle we use to propose a church model from an ecclesiastical perspective are based on the understanding that ecclesiology is connected to ecology. Therefore, important theological principles include how the church has ecological awareness about God, salvation, and the church as an eschatological community. Borrowing from Sally McHugh thesis, she sees God as intricately connected with the universe, which she calls panentheism, like Elia said yesterday, not pantheism. Nature is God's creation, the body of God. So treating God is directly related to treating the universe, and vice versa. Another theological principle is that the church makes Christ the foundation. Christ is referred to as the head of the church. Since early Christianity, Christ has been believed not only as the Savior of humanity, but also the Savior of the world. Therefore, Christ is understood not only as the head of the church, consisting of those who have received redemption, but also the head of the entire universe, the cosmos. The last theological principle is the understanding of the church as an eschatological community. Although the church is present in the present, it also represents the fullness of the kingdom of God, which will be fulfilled in the future. The idea of a new heaven and a new earth automatically makes the church perceive its presence as a pioneer that drives the process towards the new heaven and earth in the eschatological period. Next. Based on existing theological principles, we will examine how the church's ecological perspective manifests in three aspects. One, the being. aspect, what the church understands about itself, and doing what the church does to ensure that humans are not at the center of life, but that life revolves around God. And the last becoming, the church life, including confession, teaching, liturgy, ethic, and congregation building, must be based on eco-theological awareness. It becomes a church responsible for ensuring the survival of all God's creations. Next. And to understand the eco-ecclesiological perspective of coastal congregations, we intend to study the GMIT Ibn Hasan Akuli congregation on Alor Island. This congregation is part of the Alor Classes Ministry. Geographically, this congregation is located in the Pura region, renowned as the Thousand Track Islands, according to local understanding. In the initial stage, we observed one of their work practice related to their daily lives. What caught our attention was the use of bubu, or fish traps, as a tool for catching fish. Catching fish with bubu has become a tradition for this congregation. There has been government awareness campaigns promoting the use of nets, but they prefer using bubu. Although their yield is relatively less compared to using net, for them, bubu helps maintain the sea stability and provides sustenance for them. For them, life is not just about today, but also about the future. Of course, this requires further explanation to determine the extent to which the Apuri congregation genuinely represent an eco-ecclesiological picture based on their lifestyle and religious practice. This paper will indicate three eco-ecclesiological perspective. One, we try to have a eco-ecclesiological awareness. Eco-ecclesiological awareness refers to individual or communities' understanding and consciousness of the importance of maintaining the balance of nature and the environment. It involves recognizing the interconnection between humans and nature, as well as understanding that human actions have a significant impact on the environment. Ecological awareness includes appreciation for biodiversity, conservation of natural resources, and awareness of climate change and its impact on ecosystem and human life. Ecological justice refers to the fair and sustainable distribution of natural resources and environmental benefits. It involves ensuring that everyone, regardless of their social or economic background, has equal access to clean, healthy natural resources and the environment. Ecological justice also involves recognizing and protecting the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities to their traditional land and natural resources. Eco-ecclesiological sustainability is a concept that encompasses the wise management of natural resources and the environment, ensuring that the needs of the current generation are met without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It involved the efficient use of natural resources, restoration of damaged ecosystem, and reduction of greenhouse gas emission to address climate change. Eco-ecological sustainability also encompasses social, economic, and cultural aspects, allowing communities to achieve prosperity without compromising environmental sustainability. Maybe it's that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Dian or Etrika, for your fascinating paper. And we come now to the Q&A session. So if you have questions or if you want to respond to the presentation, please go ahead. I can see Agustina Samosil as the first ever. Please.
Thank you, Bung. Thank you, Kak Dian, untuk presentasinya. Saya hanya mau klarifikasi kalau tadi itu kan dalam konsep eklesiologinya itu punya kakak maksudnya Kristus sebagai bukan hanya kepala gereja tapi kepala kosmos gitu ya. Nah, itu yang mau kakak usung dalam eklesiologi ini. Konsep itu. Iya ya. Sorry. Maksudnya dalam eklesiologi yang sedang kakak bangun ini, apakah kakak kemudian mengajukan bahwa Kristus sebagai kepala kosmos tidak hanya sebagai kepala gereja?
Iya. Menyangkut dengan ekologi itu harus diperluas supaya pemahaman gereja bahwa Kristus sebagai kepala gereja tidak hanya melulu untuk gereja tetapi juga Kristus bagi segala sesuatu.
Oke. Kalau begitu saya khawatir nanti eklesiologi ini menjadi sangat antroposentris karena pemakaian istilah kepala biasanya kita pahami dalam bagian dari manusia terutama gitu. Jadi jarang kalau kita memakaikannya terutama dalam teologi, dan kalau dikenakan kepada Kristus maka itu menjadi sangat manusia gitu. Jadi saya khawatir eklesiologinya kakak ini kemudian akan terjebak pada antroposentris gitu dalam eklesiologinya gitu.
Okay, let me translate your conversation first. Okay, so Agustina is concerned on the notion of Jesus as the head of cosmos, as the basis of Eritrea's eco-ecological concept, because usually, especially in Indonesia, when we use the word head or kepala, it usually refers to human's head. And in fact, Jesus Christ is human. So for Agustina, this eco-ecological concept could be anthropocentric in that sense. So what do you think of that, Eritrea?
I answer in Indonesia, Tina. Kepala gereja dan kepala kosmos. Kira ketika gereja menerima saat ini menjadi salah satu dari ajaran atau sekaligus juga iman yang gereja praktikkan atau gereja terapkan dalam perjalanannya, tentu tidak terlepas dari cara berpikir manusia yang tadi Tina bilang antroposentrik ya, seperti itu. Memang ini tidak sempat saya pikirkan, tapi paling tidak ini menjadi satu hal yang penting untuk kami akan gali lebih jauh lagi terkait itu, bahwa memang yang kami maksudkan tidak dalam rangka bahwa pemakaian ini menuju pada antroposentris, tetapi untuk memperluas bahwa kehadiran gereja bukan hanya melulu untuk dirinya, yaitu tentang human saja, tetapi juga gereja ada bersama-sama dengan human, seperti itu. Sehingga pemahaman gereja yang mendasarkan imannya terkait Kristus sebagai kepala gereja itu juga harus melihat kembali bagaimana hermeneutik terkait dengan Kristus sebagai kepala gereja itu, bahwa Kristus juga menjadi kepala atas segala sesuatu, sehingga konsekuensinya adalah bahwa Kristus itu juga jadi kepala kosmos. Nah, kata kepala ini yang memang mungkin cara membaca kita saja yang berbeda, tetapi dalam kaitan dengan konsep bergereja, mungkin ini juga harus jadi kami punya pertimbangan. Tapi tidak seperti itu maksudnya. Mungkin demikian ini.
So let me translate. Yeah. So according to Etrika, they didn't mean that way, because what they are trying to say is that they want to bring our understanding of the church to be more inclusive to non-human creatures, to be more inclusive, wider than the church itself. So if in the church we believe that Jesus is the head of the church, then we can understand Jesus as the head of the cosmos, and with that, the church can be encouraged to be more inclusive to non-human creature and be more active to engage in efforts to deal with ecological crisis. Is that right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I think if you want to develop this pair of prudent, maybe you can engage with deep incarnation. So I think Gregerson and other theologians who work on deep incarnations, they could help to see, help us to see the headness of Christ, of the cosmos, and how to make it not anthropocentric, as Tina is concerned on. I can see another response. From Devisio? Oh no, so this is the previous presentation. From Fiani Bear, in your opinion, are there any shortcomings in this proposal? What do you mean? Sorry, could you, what do you mean by shortcoming? Yeah, Fiani, if you could explain.
We just begin, and we need many perspective or bahwa tiap model itu pasti ada kelemahan. Tidak ada orang yang bisa menjelaskan gereja secara sempurna. Karena model ini hanya bagian untuk mempercakapkan tentang gereja, berdasarkan pengalaman, berdasarkan konteks tertentu. Sehingga ketika membicarakan tentang gereja dari perspektif eklesiologikal menurut jemaat yang ada di pesisir, tentu tidak akan merangkul semua pemahaman yang ada pada gereja secara umum. Sehingga kelemahan-kelemahan menyangkut dengan model-model gereja yang mau dibangun seperti ini pasti itu ada. Kelemahan secara konteks, kelemahan juga menyangkut dengan pemahaman-pemahaman jemaat yang ada di pesisir, bahwa itu tentu berbeda satu dengan yang lain. Tapi yang mau kita capai di sini adalah bagaimana gereja juga membangun pemahaman tentang dirinya berdasarkan konteks yang ada pada mereka. Dan salah satu sumbangannya adalah bahwa selama ini pembicaraan menyangkut dengan gereja melulu mengarah pada human, tidak pada mungkin kami sudah menyentuh ekologi secara agraris, tetapi mungkin pembicaraan menyangkut dengan gereja yang terlibat secara utuh di tengah-tengah jemaat dalam hubungan dengan laut ini yang mau juga kami percakapkan sebagai sebuah tawaran yang menyumbang kesana bergereja seperti itu.
So, if I can translate it, Theological says that, of course, there is no perfect model of the church. What they are doing is try to fix the problem or the limitation of the church, the model of the church, which lack of attention to the coastal or issues in around the sea. So in that context, they think that this proposal is helpful. It helps us to think of the churches or to make new meaning of the church as inclusive to non-human creatures, especially the sea. And it is expected that such a concept will encourage Christians, members of the church, to participate in overcoming the ecological crisis at sea. We still have 3 minutes if you want to ask some questions. I have one. Usually in relation to ecological crisis or environmental issue, when theologians talk about Christology in relation to the church, when they usually refer to Colossians chapter 1, verse 12, about Christ as the firstborn of creation. You come up with the idea of Jesus as the head of the eco church, so to speak. So, do you have any biblical perspectives to support your idea of Christ as the head of cosmos? Because when we talk about Christ and cosmos, usually people talk of Christ as the firstborn. I mean, is it possible to understand the firstborn as the head of cosmos? Yeah, I don't know.
maybe the text bahwa pernyataan tentang Kristus itu menjadi apa yang sulung ya, itu yang dimaksudkan oleh Elia tadi, yang sulung dari segala sesuatu, itu juga menjadi bahan untuk kami pertimbangkan terkait dengan bagaimana menjelaskan hubungan antara ekologi dan eklesiologi. Sehingga memang jembatan untuk sampai pada bagaimana Kristus itu menjadi kepala kosmos, itu memang beberapa step perlu dilakukan, terutama dalam hal memahami tentang soteriologi, bagaimana Kristus menebus bukan saja manusia tetapi juga menebus dunia. Lalu kemudian juga secara antropologi ini juga perlu untuk kami pertimbangkan, sehingga memang ini akan menjadi bahan yang sangat kuat secara teologis, bukan saja hanya untuk berdasarkan pengalaman praktik jemaat, tetapi benar-benar diterangi melalui teks-teks kita. Dan terima kasih karena Elia sudah mengingatkan kami untuk itu.
Yeah, baik, translate. Theological says that they will consider that idea. There's some potential to connect the notion of firstborn and the head of cosmos. All right. Thank you very much, Ibu Theological, or usually we call Ibu Dian, for your presentation, and hopefully you can develop the paper in the future, and we will be happy to wait and read it in completed form.
Thank you.
We can express our appreciation to read them. Thank you very much. The next presenter. The next presenters are Jaya Nenoai, Isa Mata, and Krisarayan Umbudet. So, yeah, this Trinity will present their paper. And yeah, as usual, Jaya, you have 30 minutes to present your paper, and then we will have 10 minutes for Q&A. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Elia Magang. Hello, everyone. My name is J.R. Nenohai. Now I will present our paper. Actually, I will present this paper alone because two of my friend would join later. Maybe I have sent the PowerPoint to the committee, so maybe I will get help on arranging the slide, please. Okay, thank you. Yes, actually, I'm sorry that we got a different title, but with the same subject of study because we run out of time, so we just prepare as best as we can. Our presentation title is Rethinking the Relationship Between Christianity and Indigenous Religion in Indonesia, a case study of Christian Evangelical Church in Timor. I'm JR. I'm from CRCS UGM. Next. Okay, the research background we found in the book Masyarakat Adat, Pengakuan Kembali Identitas dan Keindonesiaan from PGI or the Indonesian Council of Churches, after the court decision number 97 2016. In the Putusan MK, in the decision, the judge stand out the commitment that there are no official or non-official religions in Indonesia. So after the decision, many scholars said that we have to embrace the diverse position from the state to indigenous religion, because now it is time for masyarakat adat to be recognized by all policies in Indonesia. So the main issue to be answered in this book is, why do the church need to recognize masyarakat adat, or in my term, indigenous people? Next. So the authors, collective authors of the book, did research on 5 indigenous religion in different places, which are Dayak in Kalimantan, Paramalim, Marapu in Sumba, Rumah Olat in Maluku, and Sunda Wiwitan. So we want to, by the gap, we want to include or analyze how the relationship between Christian Evangelical Church in Timor and the indigenous religion within the Gemit service area. Next. So we found 2 books that explain the force of colonialism and politics of official religion as the challenge of Gemit and indigenous community. In the book Forbidden Memories, the authors actually, Miss Mary Coleman in the introduction state that after in the realm of politics of official religions, the state forced Gemit to convert indigenous people in the East Nusa Tenggara. That's why it remembered as the tragedy of 65, when many indigenous religion was forced by the government to embrace the 6 official religions. That's why many indigenous religion, the number of religion decreased, but the Christianity and Islam actually increased in terms of numbers. And the Gereja Orang Merdeka, several authors, including Kak Elia Magang, said that the impact of colonialism influence the theological paradigm in Christian Evangelical Church in Timor. Next. So the research question is, like the state of PGI, why do Gemit, other hands, or institutionally need to recognize indigenous community? For this research, we use 2 methods, case study and descriptive analysis as our method. Case study because we found that we try to analyze many research regarding on the topic of the culture and Christianity in Timor. Next. In the literature review, we read and analyze many books, including journals actually. They found that scholars of Gemit usually prefer contextual theology to synthesize church and culture or indigenous relationship. So Gemit has only cultural liturgy as a way to nurture or to preserve the culture as the important part of the theology, because the culture helps Gemit to flourish the discourse on the theology and culture. And there are many books, there are many scholars who put the attention of this dialogue. And the newest one, maybe the Frederick Duka in the book Gereja Existential said that Gemit and the culture and indigenous always work together like the web, because they help and to help each other. Next. And we found that the problem of official religion in Indonesia from 2 important books, say Pasang Surut Agama Leluhur and Horizon Agama dalam konteks Indonesia from Kis De Jong and Wahyu Nugroho. we found that the official religion not only challenged the theology, but challenged the relationship between the two community or the Christians to indigenous communities. So the problem is not only located in the heritage of theological discourse, but how the official religion shape or distract the relation from indigenous to Christianity in society in citizenship problem. And Marif said that official religion forced Indonesians to to embrace the indigenous religion as just culture. So what we know as culture now, actually, in long time ago, was constructed as indigenous teaching. But by the politics of official religion, the state forbid people to embrace more than one religion. So in Indonesia, we know one citizen, one religion. And for Kis De Jong and Wahyu Nugroho said that the politics of the official religion or agama resmi dan non resmi in Indonesia was constructed by the limited definition of religion. That's why in Indonesia, some people argue that indigenous is not religion because they don't have the holy books and the God. That's why the limited definition create the discrimination to indigenous community. Next. As the theoretical framework, we use indigenous religion paradigm from Samsul Ma'arif. In the article, she said that the official religion of politics of official religion was constructed by the animistic paradigm of world religion. That's why after the policy of official religion, many community of religion regard indigenous as non-religion, and they are just like community sesat, penyembah batu, penyembah pohon, and lain-lain because the animistic paradigm. For Ma'arif in his foundings, he write that in Amatoa, Molo, and Kendeng, the indigenous have different way of religiosity, which is very cosmological. He names they are responsible, ethical, and living. So for indigenous, being religious is about being relation. Is about relation. So the religion is not like system, but practice. So being religious is being ecology or being cosmological. Next. So in terms of recognition or religious freedom, Ma'arif and Asfinawati in their article said that to recognize indigenous, we have to recognize the ecocentric dimension as a core of indigenous religion. It means that when we want to give the space for indigenous community to present to participate in their society, we have to respect their ecocentric as the religious expression. So like when the indigenous went to the mountain, they didn't worship or praise the nature by their being engaged. That is a practice of their religious freedom. So the religiosity embedded in the ecocentric dimension. Next. Okay, for analyze, I will read, so make it quick. One of the oldest recognized religion, the policy of official religion shaped the relationship between an indigenous community in Indonesia. So the impact of official religion is like unavoidable. For example, the idea of official religion compels indigenous community in East Nusa Tenggara to hold one of the 6 official religion. In reality, many Gemis Adrahans are Protestant, but they still practice indigenous belief. For example, Naketi. And then we have the syncretic and color in the term of our religion interaction. In some contexts, many individuals of them find themselves confused when attempting to distinguish between elements of culture and those of indigenous religious heritage. So for some Christian, a part of culture is embedded or with the indigenous teaching. So this is a problem that we face. like in the Bulan Budaya, according to Hendrikus Nayo. Some Gemit adherents still assume that Christianity is superior than indigenous religion. For example, Christian in Botik claim Halaika is community of stone and trees worshippers. They discriminate Halaika. As the result, many Christians believe that one must live his or her indigeneity when she or he embrace Christianity as Halaika. Like when Halaika joined Christianity, they force Halaika to change the oldest name to the Christian name. This problem shows that many Christians use the idea of official religion to discriminate indigenous religiosity. Many scholars show that naming in Halaika indigenous teaching is ecocentric because name always related in some belief to the nature or name is always ecocentric. Next. In belum. Kembali sedikit, masih ada satu. Terima kasih. In our perspective, Gemit scholar realize that discrimination from Christian to indigenous community persists. They offer idea of contextual theology, other theology of empowerment from Polemon, dialectical method from Hendrikus Nayo, etc. But all researchers is missing the issue of recognition because we think that all scholars focus to change the discriminating idea within the colonial legacy, but they put less attention to how to dismantle the influence of official religion in the discriminative action from Christian to indigenous community. So we found that the colonial legacy not located in the theology per se, but located in the policy of official religion. So this is the challenge that must to overcome. From indigenous perspective, the force to change the name is the problem of religious freedom. In our experience, like we are from Gemit too, some Christian believe the freedom of some Christian believe the freedom of expression for indigenous community is forbidden. We can see in how Christian claim indigenous as heretic, animistic, stupid people, underdeveloped community, orang dulu, etc. That is like the claim that hinder or that impede the religious expression of indigenous people. Because when they will do something, we said, okay, that is kafir, so stop it. So that is like expression of the official religion. So in the analysis, we answered our research question, why do Gemits adherents need to recognize indigenous community? We argue that the influence of official religion policy still significantly manifests in the interplay between the church and indigenous religion belief within the Gemit context. Certain members of Gemit community tend to prioritize their Christianity as being or higher or superior compared to the traditional culture and indigenous teaching. That's why they claim the pejorative claim still persists. This perceived Christian. This discrimination serves as one of the reasons why indigenous individuals continue to suspect that they remain subject of Christianization efforts by certain Christians. So in some community, like in Halaika, in the Nelik Hado funding, the Halaika still stated when they open relation to the Christian, that is the Christian will use it to evangelizing the indigenous. So we claim that the idea of superiority of Christianity compared to indigenous still persists in this context. By recognizing indigenous religious belief, Gemit contributes to creating an inclusive public space for indigenous communities. They can participate without the rasa ketakutan, because the long discrimination that they embrace since the independence. So this acknowledgement of the recognizing of indigenous spirituality signifies that Gemit embrace the indigenous community as a religious group within its fold. So by recognize or respect the community, the recognition demands the acknowledge that indigenous is religion or its official religion. Recognize the recognition. The recognition of indigenous belief provide a space for indigenous to embrace Christianity while incorporating elements of their indigenous spirituality. So they can be Christian maybe with their own or their indigenous name, practice the teaching as the expression of religious freedom. Because for some indigenous people who embrace Christian, they still confused it, which when I want to do this, the Christian said this is wrong. When I want to do so, the religious expression was not limited by some teaching, because the teaching of indigenous is relevant and religious. This recognition reflects an intention to foster a hybrid or syncretic approach where the two belief systems can coexist and intertwine. So one can be Halakha or Christian at the same time. Recognition helps me to interpret the existing relation between Gemit and indigenous community to be more inclusive. Next, this just conclusion. So we argue that the legal policy change affecting the indigenous community, which is the court decision putusan MK nomor 97 tahun 2016, is a necessity shift in perspective and the relationship between Gemit and indigenous community, because Gemit is one of the official religion before the decision. So within an atmosphere of mutual respect facilitated by contextual theology supporting Gemit individual in decolonizing the remnants of exclusive colonial theology. However, in practice, there are still many members of Gemit, not all, but some of Gemit members who discriminate against the teaching and communities of indigenous religion by categorizing them as heretic and heathens. Consequently, the legacy of official religion policy hinders Gemit in constructing an inclusive contextual theology. So the idea of official religion limit the contextual theology. In this context, we believe that a renewed recognition of the indigenous community within Gemit framework become important. So we think that Gemit need to support the recognition. This recognition is apparent through the attitude of respect and the freedom granted to the indigenous community to practice their belief and tradition. In some cases, even indigenous individuals who have embraced Christian are granted this freedom. Recognition doesn't only necessitate a shift towards a more inclusive perspective, but also demand the active involvement of church members in assisting the indigenous community securing their rights, such as the right to land and the environment, which are inseparable part of indigenous ecocentric religious expression. Therefore, supporting the fulfillment of the civil right of the indigenous community as citizen also become an unavoidable responsibility of the church. That's all my presentation. Thank you, moderator, for the time.
Thank you very much, JR, for your presentation. Wonderful paper. Yeah, we have 8 minutes for the Q&A. So if you have questions, please feel free to ask some questions for JR and his friends. While looking for the others, JR, I have some questions. Firstly, I do appreciate your paper. It's really, really interesting. And I learned so much from you. I agree with you, especially on the recognition, the importance of recognizing the indigenous community. I think that even though there is no official recognition, but I think the church, like our church, have in some ways recognized the indigeneity of the members in like liturgy or in some practices like praying for rain and so on. I don't know. What do you think of that? But my main concern is on the theological basis for that recognition. Because you say that sometimes we, as Christians, say that the indigenous community is animistic, heretic, sympathies, and so on. So, do we need theological basis to come to our recognition to indigenous religion, indigenous beliefs? If yes, what theological basis do you have in mind can work for that recognition? If not, if we don't know theological basis, then what? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the two killing questions, but I said I don't know, but I not really catch the first question, so I will try to answer the second question, and maybe Kaelia would help me to explain more about the first question. I'm sorry. I recently I agree with actually the contextual theology. I mean that it helps me to decolonize or to change the colonial landscape of theology. I mean that the theology helps the Christian to Christianity to think or to think about indigenous community. But in our proposal, actually, we argue that the politics of official religion still exists in the some of the Christian community. So this is beyond, from our perspective, this is beyond theological homework, but theology can help it by use maybe several inclusive theology, or like some theology to construct a new paradigm of theology to support this recognition. I mean, because I personally think that contextual theology, because I'm not a theologian, but I think that contextual theology is doesn't adequate, is not enough to support the new relationship, because like in the case of basic pi, maybe we remember how some Christian, I know, because Christian think that we didn't need to support it, because they use like a wrong perspective on related with the nature. So I think that contextual theology must open the opportunity, like to respect that indigenous teaching. Maybe it can start from the inclusive, the use of other inclusive language in theology to relate it. Yeah. But the first question.
Forgot the question. But just forget. I will ask you when I recall.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But
maybe
if contextual theology will not work, what about indigenous theology? You know, indigenous theology is thriving now. So
Yeah.
what do you think? Is that more helpful?
Yeah, I know you maybe mentioned the book of Randy Woodley, the indigenous, or maybe other perspective in I think I actually read the book to help to the presentation, but we changed to a case study. So we try to not offer like because I think in the book Randy Woodley write that when one indigeneity can know the context or the identity sufficiently, it can help us to make a dialogue from the indigenous can produce their own theology, but maybe you can expand more because I reflect from the context of Indonesia. The difficulties to understand the perspective of indigenous is still the challenge. I think to expect they can maybe produce or speak about theology, maybe it's difficult because because the experience of the state discrimination for a long time. So the concept of theology maybe stop them to reflect because some maybe the power relation, the some indigenous maybe stand in the powerless situation. Even they can choose their own words or they action to theology. So I reflected maybe I choose to not use Randy Woodley because I think that there is the different experience from the indigenous Indian in his book and maybe both or the indigenous in Indonesia because in some scholar call it the double colonialism. First colonialism from the state and actually the second colonialism from the official religion. So this is a complex issue. So this is why in this paper we think that change theology is not sufficient. We need to follow the state decision or criticize how the state construct the discrimination to indigenous community because we in the case of tragedy of 65 I remember that Mary Coleman wrote that after the government forced the church to support the policy. So this is like a double colonialism. First from the policy and the second from the official religion. And now after the decision court of Putusan MK that there are no official or official religions, the state has changed their mind, but the Christianity still persists to discriminate. So this is I think that this is how the church can get like the PGI in this book offer the church how should support the policy. But in our research, we found that the older sisters still continue to find a new language of theology. So this is yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jeff. We can talk about it for hours because it's always interesting to talk about indigenous community, indigenous theology. The next presenter is an indigenous theologian. So hopefully we can continue our conversation from different contexts of indigeneity. Okay, please express our appreciation to JR and his friends for a wonderful conversation.
Thank you, Kak Elia. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous.
You did it well. You did it well. Okay, the next presenter is Ratiulum Elias from University of Edinburgh, UK. And you can introduce yourself for 1 minute, and then proceed to your presentation for 20 minutes, and it will be followed by 10 minutes Q&A. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Elia. Thank you to everyone who's here. I'm assuming that you can hear me because there's no, but it's a real privilege for me to be here with you. Just listening into the kind of conversation that's going on in Indonesia, and I wasn't able to join for other programs, other talks, but I think really enjoyed the previous one, and some of the questions, just like Elia was saying, resonates with the kind of interest that I have as well. So hopefully there will be some points of intersection for all of you, or at least most of you. My name is Rathiulong. It's on the slide, but I'm also called by my short name Thew. I'm from University of Edinburgh, and I'm in my final year of my PhD. And I look at Christology and cosmology, indigenous cosmology, and how they relate to one another, how they influence and negotiate with one another in religious encounters when indigenous communities become Christians in northeast part of India. So the title of my presentation is Learning to Leave the Land, Theology, Development, and Eco-Social Reflections in the Tribal Uplands of Northeast India. So as you can see, I'm drawing your attention to Northeast India from Indonesia and other parts. And I hope this is stimulating for you as you think about the issues that we are facing in our own context. Just a bit of introduction to the context that I'm from. I'll go really quickly here. The Northeast is, some of you may not be aware, the Northeast India is geographical kind of extension on the east side of India. If you see the wider map of India here, the colored section is the north, what's called as the Northeast India. And it's connected to India through a very narrow corridor here. I wonder if you can see my mouse here, but it's here, it's right here. A small corridor that connects India to the Northeast. Otherwise, the Northeast area is surrounded by, it's basically international boundaries with Myanmar, with China, with Bhutan, and with Bangladesh. So that's where we are. And it's, as you can tell from the geographical kind of location, it is the margins of the Indian state. And that has implications on how infrastructure and how economics, the economies economies are in the region. And this area is inhabited by what's called the tribal communities. They are the ethnic minority communities, just like myself. I'm also part of the tribal community. They are called the scheduled tribes, and they are indigenous to the region. Most of them, many of them are in the hills, in the uplands, and they live, they're quite ethnically and culturally quite much closer to Southeast Asia than to the rest of India, which probably explains why I don't look like what you would expect of somebody from India. So that's just a brief introduction. I want to start with two images. The first image is an image taken from the 1970s that I was glad that my friend flagged it up in his social media. And this photo is a picture of schoolgirls surrounded by children who don't go to school. You can see the difference there in their attire, dressed in white, crisp, white, clean shirt compared to the others. And you can see the landscape behind the traditional kind of house and the mountains behind. So they're surrounding this group of students, and this symbolizes the kind of change that came with education and with Christianity. So my point here is the way that to become Christian or to become educated is to stop doing the practices of the traditional life, the customs and the life of being in the land. To go to school, you have to stop farming. I mean, you don't go to farm, you go to a classroom, you sit in the classroom, and you practice something that's quite different from your traditional way of life. The next picture that I want to highlight is this picture of a road that has been kind of bulldozed right through the mountain. This has become a bit of a symbol in my mind, in my estimation, a symbol of human dominance over nature, over the mountain. Human subjugation or human intervention to control nature. to make roads and to move mountains, quite literally. And you can sense a certain bit of violence in this picture as well, as I'm sure you can appreciate. So keep these two pictures in the back of your head as we go and consider my paper. So I've got roughly 3 sections in my paper. Learning to leave the land is the slogan that that is echoed in the other previous 2 slides. But I want to talk about theology, then development, and conclude with eco-social reflections. So first, theology. And I want to flag up what I call theologies of disruption. Theologies of disruption, discontinuity, or rupture. And this, of course, is reflected in the photo that I showed you, in the schoolgirls, in which there's a disruption from the traditional way of life, rupture of culture, rupture of tradition, in terms of praxis, in terms of practices, also in terms of traditional rituals. I think this was also echoed by the previous presentation too. So there's an expectation that Christians stop practicing the traditional practices. If you look deeper into this transitions, into this change, there's also cosmological changes, the way the cosmologies are arranged. And to put it very briefly, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but to put it very briefly, it has to do with Jesus Christ. Who has the claim to Jesus Christ? And in Baptist, my concern, my interlocutors, my area of research is on among Baptists. For Baptists, it's only humans who have claim to Jesus, because they can pray in the name of Jesus. And so what that does is that human beings become privileged in this cosmology. Human beings become privileged, and it becomes an anthropocentric kind of arrangement in which humans become the ascendancy of humans over the rest of creation. Also, you might notice going back to the first picture, literacy, to learn how to read and write, is absolutely crucial to read the Bible, right? In order to read the Bible, you have to learn how to read and write. And so literacy also becomes a tool for accessing God, to reach God, to pray to God, because without the Bible, you have no medium to reach God. So the idea of rupture, the idea of change, and of rupture, disruption is about anthropology. Who are humans in relation to the rest of creation? I think the previous presentation was mentioning about Randy Woodley, and there's also Tore Johnson, who is writing from the Norwegian Sami perspective, indigenous perspective. And in these 2 works, they critique the anthropocentrism of Christian theology, that human beings have a higher position in the plane. The great chain of being, or the anthropocentric cosmologies of Christian theology. I don't want to dwell too much on that, but it's important to flag this up. Among Naga theologians or Naga scholars of religion, there are other works similar to this that also talks about similar themes. And what I'm trying to point out here in the theological aspect is that when human beings become privileged because of their claims to Jesus, or for other reasons, the non-humans and the land, the indigenous cosmology, indigenous worldviews become lowered. They are descended in the scale. They have a position that is lower than human beings, and this is, I think, depicted quite well in this picture. In the first picture, the shawl, you can see there's a general sense in which everyone is in their place and they are on the same scale. But if you look at the second picture, Jesus is on top and human beings are being raptured to Jesus. These are all pictures from the Naga context, the Naga tribal context. And you can see there's almost a triangular shape here. There's a hierarchy, clear hierarchy. Humans are saved, humans are redeemed, but the land remains where they are. It's only humans who have access to Jesus and to God. The second point in my presentation is on development, and this part is where it's not quite my expertise. I'm not a scholar of development studies, but I think it's important to analyze this theologically as well. Development is understood even in this picture here, you can see if you look at the land, there's a lot of development. There's proper roads, and there's train, there's helicopter, there's airplane. So there's idea of development, but development is understood as leaving the land. Okay, leaving the land. In the first sense, it's understood as our previous presenter said, our traditional culture, traditional practices are understood as backward, as uncivilized. And so in order to progress, in order to develop, you must leave those practices. You must leave the practices of the land. Also, quite pragmatically, leaving the land, a lot of young people leave the land for jobs, for education. Like myself here, I left my homeland because there's more opportunities to study, to work away from the village in the urban cities of India or even abroad. Leaving the land in terms of development also has to do with politics, and I don't have time to go into details of that, but what I'm trying to point out here is that leaving the land or development is understood as I showed in the second picture, is understood as subjugation, subjugating nature, dominating over nature by human technologies, to assert that humans can control, humans can make a way through the mountain, literally. You can bulldoze, you have tools, you have technologies to, like to bulldoze over nature and control nature. In other words, the ascendancy of humans, the hierarchies of humans comes through again. But obviously this, I don't have time to go into all this, but this also has this concept, this anthropocentric vision of development has been critiqued by anthropologists and journalists in recent years. I just want to flag up a few here. So these are just the points that I've already mentioned, but critical studies by Wouters and Subba, Bhattacharya, Greenough and Singh, writing on indigenous context, they critique how development is practiced in a way that is insensitive to the indigenous perspectives. They are not attentive to the features of the land or the contours of the land. There are two particular tragedies that happened as a consequence of this. There was a massive landslide last year in Manipur, in another state, in one state, in which a new road was being paved, and then there was a heavy rain, and the entire hill, the side of the hill, collapsed because and a lot of people were killed in that and injured. There was newspaper articles saying that this happened because they did not listen to the contours of the land. They did not pay attention to the needs of the land. A few months back, another incident happened in another state in Nagaland, in which a landslide, a heavy boulder of rock fell down on a car and very brutally killed a few people in the car. Again, the same criticism came up in the news. This happened because there was warning that this is a dangerous area, but the people who are making the roads did not pay enough attention. In other words, there's this brutality in the way that development is being practiced. Like humans are trying to control, and there's brute force, there's human dominance. Instead of working around the mountain, just like the picture here, I think it would have been easier to just build the road around the mountain, but the idea is that you just cut through the mountain. The logic being about human ascendancy and human ego and arrogance, if I may put it that way. So development is understood as subjugation of nature and the ascendancy of humans and human technologies, and the predominant paradigm of development and progress seems to be understood in a very anthropocentric way in Northeast India. Finally, eco-social reflections. And I just want to highlight the reality that, as I mentioned about marginalization, the Northeast being in the margins of India, the fact is that the region suffers from what is called infrastructural injustice. Look at this road, the picture that I've put here. This is literally the state of the road, national highway during the monsoon. And this is just the way it is almost every year. And so there's that desperation for infrastructure, there's desperation for development among the people. And so it's not as easy as saying development is bad because it produces this and that. There's also the counterclaim among the people ethnographically that we need development, we need roads. So there's a paradox here, like development is needed, but the way development is perceived or practiced is very destructive, and it's quite dangerous in some aspects, as the landslides and the accidents has shown. But the reality of marginalization, reality of infrastructural injustice has to be taken into account. And so when I interview people, they always say there's no other option. We need the trains, we need the roads. There's no option. There's change coming. The air is not clean like those days. There are no birds because of deforestation, but we still need the road. Otherwise, we are cut off from the world. There's no development. So that tension has to be understood in context. Otherwise, me living in the UK, I can preach and I can say like development is bad, this and that, but on the ground, how people are experiencing is also important. It's the option of capital and development versus poverty and isolation. And for many people, they would choose money and capital and development as a way out of their poverty, and that's perfectly reasonable. So, but I want to say that as I pointed out in the theological aspect, this problem, in my opinion, has to do with the place of humans. It's a theological anthropology question of theological anthropology. Who are the humans in relation to the land and to the non-humans and to the water as well, to the sea? So my remaining questions are, is this the only way to think about development, that humans must dominate or subjugate nature and the land? Or are there ways of thinking about the place of humans in a way that's not as destructive and that is not as violent? And my suggestion is that in my research, I explore this much more, but my suggestion is that indigenous traditions that comprise of folklore and narratives, philosophy of place and relations, they have the potential to, number one, challenge the problematic relations to the land and water, the anthropocentric relations of land and water. It has the potential to pursue negotiation and acknowledgement rather than subjugation and building roads, like bulldozing mountains and trees. Indigenous traditions, indigenous ethos has a potential of encouraging negotiation and acknowledgement. It has the potential to critique the implicit anthropocentrism of not just development, but Christian theology in general. But the last question that I would like to leave as a question that remains in my head as well, a bit of a big question, but something that I think I should be bold enough, we should be bold enough to ask is this the only way to think of development, or is there other ways to think of development that can be constructive? Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to engaging with you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentations. It's very enriching, help us to see the other attacks, and thank you for bringing this up to this conference. We are in the Q&A session, so if you have questions, please feel free to give questions to Theo, and we can start our conversation. There's one in chat room too. Are there any traditional Indian ceremonies under the land and water? Could you please mention the status of the ceremony?
So what would you say Indian? There are many meanings to Indian, but I think I assume that you're talking about my particular tradition. Yes, there are some tradition. There are in fact many traditions. In fact, every traditional practice is always connected to the land and the water. So in that sense, there's always the acknowledgement and the honor of the land and the water in every traditional practices. But there are some specific things like giving thanks to not quite giving thanks, but acknowledging the the animal. When you go hunting, this is what I've heard from my interviews. When you go hunting, you kill an animal for food, and you thank the animal before consuming, as a way of acknowledging that somebody has. Some people interpret it like this, as a way of acknowledging that the animal has to give up its life to sustain the life of others. So there are this kind of complex practices that through which people honor the land and the water. Of course, mythologies are very important. Another way of honoring the land is to respect its sacredness. There are a lot of lakes that are considered sacred. You cannot swim. You have to be very careful when going around. They are considered to be spirits that inhabit. So there are all these traditions that put a high value to land and to the water.
The next question coming from Jan Nohai.
Yes.
Please, Jan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. I think, in my opinion, we have similar experience because the idea of, I think Indian and Indonesia, some of my friends focus on indigenous and development. So while I discuss with them, we agree with Linda Smith in her book, Decolonizing Methodologies, that when we want to understand the indigenous point of view, on your cases, how can you find the idea, or how the indigenous itself themselves construct the idea of development within their respective knowledge, and what is the change, what make the change after it. And I interest, because you mentioned indigenous theology, how do you relate the idea of theology to the indigenous idea of development, and how can the both idea and until you believe that this is the problem of theology, and when we construct this theology, we can embrace, or we can cooperate the issue of indigenous development. I hope my question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I think your question touches at the heart, the core issues. I think my understanding of indigenous theology is that it is about engaging with the land or the sea. So it literally indigenous. And I think the appeal of indigenous theology is contextual theology in one sense. And I would say also every theology is contextual theology, by the way. Even Karl Barth is contextual theology. Every theology emerged from a context. And so every theology is contextual theology. So indigenous theology is also a way of contextualizing theology. But what's specific about indigenous theology is that it asks fundamental questions about humans and non-humans and the land. So it's a fundamental reorientation. Okay. And I think that's where there are prospects for indigenous theology, because it starts from the land. It doesn't start with human. It starts from humans' engagement with the land and the relationship between the human and the land. And I think that produces questions, categories that are quite different from the way conventional theology is done. So I mean, that's really short to put it really shortly, but I would encourage you to have a look at Torre Johnson's book, Sami, Nature-Centered Theology, because he fleshes this out quite clearly. Like, he critiques Lutheran theology, and even though Lutheran theology, even if they say they're eco-theologians, this and that, the fundamental framework of Western theology is still hierarchical. So he insists that the way indigenous communities, not all indigenous communities, but most indigenous communities, because of their closeness to the land, right, on the sea, for them, it's not as hierarchical. There's acknowledgement that there's that we are in the same plane. We are all precarious. There's dangers. We fear the sea. We fear landslide. There's no insistence to dominate. So the hierarchy is not as rigid. So yeah, I would encourage you to read Torrey Johnson's stuff, and I think he deals with this quite well.
And if you need that group chair, this one with my house.
Okay, thank you. Can I respond quickly? Sorry.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. In our experience in Indonesia, some indigenous can easily. Sometimes they didn't force to support development, but they have their own thinking of development, and like the government use like the change of mentality. So I think maybe this is one important aspect, because sometimes they didn't they have their own understanding, but they didn't have choices. You have to have the land, you have to have the road, but yes, because being manipulated, but world religion and the idea of objective development, like in this. Okay, thank you for
Yes,
thank you,
you're right.
Kalia.
And that's what I hope, like that's what I think needs to be critiqued, that the objective idea of development is itself flawed because it's built on an idea of subjugation. That's what I'm trying to say. Like even the developmental ideologies of development by the state, or even in international networks, right? In my opinion, it seems to be flawed in the same way that theology, the wider theology, is also flawed because of the anthropological. But obviously we can talk more about I'm looking at my time.
Okay. Actually, you still have some minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Like, I'm just thinking about the development, building roads, etc. I think the material is from the land. So, do you have something in mind about that? If you ever think of that, like we just reform the lands in some ways, or we just reform the material coming from the lands in some way, in different forms, so that it can help humans, sorry about that, to do our daily life and something which is better for us to live.
Yeah. No, I know we have already had this conversation between privately earlier, but yes, I mean that's a whole new thing that you're opening. But in terms of like infrastructure, but in terms of like architecture, for example, even like bamboo is we have a lot of bamboo. It's very much indigenous to our in our lands, but bamboo. There's so foreign stuff, like not everything is indigenous, the material that they use in development, let's put it like that, and there's recent kind of attempt to use more local stuff like bamboo and wood that actually is better because of the climate and because of the way the weather and the terrain works. But the appeal of cemented house or those kinds of things are more appealing. I think we have talked about this in terms of earthquake prone areas in Indonesia too, but similar kind of themes. Like I think that's definitely one of them, using the material that's readily found in the area instead of bringing them from far away, burning petrol or spending lots of money bringing them from the plains. Instead of that, to use what's available. So that's definitely one part. But if I may just say, I would love to, I know now is not the time, but I would love to hear about how people in Indonesia are engaging with the questions of development and the ethical, especially from theological perspective. So I'd love to hear that in the near future.
Thank you very much. I was thinking of, when you speak about leaving the land, I was thinking of, let me come back to the land, and in what ways. So I remember the eschatological discussion on new heaven and earth. We have garden, this is the land there, and the sea, of course, the sea will still be there. But also this city of Jerusalem, the New Jerusalem, the city. So it's kind of like it's two the tensions between like something like more indigenous, if you like more natural, and something like more built environment. It's the city built by humans. Although we can understand the city as like as you say, we build the city from the indigenous materials. So,
Yes.
So yeah, we will think of that later in the future.
Yes, yes, for sure.
Thank you so much, Steve, for your time. I know you're busy preparing for your PhD thesis, the last stage, and hopefully everything goes well for you, and soon you will finish your study. Thank you so much. Let's express.
Thank you, Elia. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And with that, I think that's all for our session today. It should be, actually we're supposed to have the last presenter, Anupama Ranawana, but she's now in trouble, transportation in Glasgow, somewhere near St. Andrews University in Scotland. There's a storm, so the train disruption and train because the failure of signal failure. So she has to move from one train to another train, and it makes her coming late to the university to present her paper. So unfortunately, she will not join us for this, but maybe next time. All right, and thank you very much for all participants for your engagement in this conversation, for your time to sit and listen to all presenters. I hope that the conversations during today and yesterday enrich our perspectives on theology of the sea, of the lands, especially on the issue of ecological and social justice. Thank you very much, and it's coming back to
Well, thank you so much to our keynote speakers, moderator, presenter, and all the participants in this conference. Now, here we are at the end of this conference. So now I would like to invite Reverend Dr. Guelph Trubu to present us with his closing speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, beloved colleagues, moderator, and presenters. I'm sorry for not mentioned by its name. As we draw the curtains on this remarkable international theological conference on land and water, or land and sea, dedicated to the vital discourse on ecological and social justice, I stand before you with a heart brimming with gratitude. Your presence and invaluable contribution have been the cornerstone of this transformative gathering, and I extend my deepest thanks to each one of you. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed a convergence of minds, heart, and spirit, uniting in our collective commitment to address the critical issues that beset our lands and seas. We have engaged in profound presentations, dialogues, shared experience, and unacted theological insights that will undoubtedly shape our understanding of stewardship and justice in the face of ecological challenges. Through your diverse perspective and scholarship, we have woven a tapestry of wisdom that not only transcends boundaries of faith and culture, but also reaffirms our shared responsibility towards the planet we call home. The spirit of collaboration and intellectual rigors in this conference exemplifies the power of theological discourse to inspire positive change. As we leave this sacred space of inquiry and reflections, let us carry forward the torch of ecological consciousness and social justice. Let our discussions here, both on-site and online, be a springboard for concrete action, rooted in love and compassion for all of creation. May the theological insights shared by some scholars resonate in our classrooms, communities, and congregations, igniting a spark of transformation in every heart we touch. I encourage each of you to continue your invaluable work, writing articles, fostering dialogue, and nurturing a sense of reverence for our natural world. Together, we possess the capacity to not only heal the wounds inflicted upon our lands and water, but also to pave the way for a more just and harmonious coexistence. Once again, I extend my deepest gratitude to all participants, speakers, organizers, supporters, and special thanks to our moderator. We have made this conference an extraordinary success. Let us finish with renewed purpose and a shared commitment to be stewards of our previous planet, embracing the profound connection between ecological and social justice. May the grace of our Creator, through the Holy Spirit, guide our steps as we embark on this sacred journey. With warm regards and deepest blessing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Godfrey. And now we will take some pictures. So for all the participants, presenter or speaker in the Zoom meeting, you can open your video on. Please. Ya, mungkin untuk semua peserta yang ada di ruang Zoom meeting bisa membuka kamera karena kita akan mengambil foto bersama. Okay, is it ready? 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. That's so much participants, so okay, finish. Thank you. All right, once again, thank you so much for all speaker, presenter, and participant in this conference. Hopefully, this conference give us so much benefit and value in growing our theological perspective, especially in ecological and social justice issue. So now I invite all of us to grateful to our Golden Party. Let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for your blessing along today's of International Theology Conference. We believe that everything we did in this conference is only to praise you, Lord Almighty. Now we have finished this conference well, and we will back to our duty and activities. Please bless all of us. Forgive us from our sins, and as we forgive others. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that the spirit of social justice and ecological sustainability we have discovered during this conference will continue to guide our steps in the future. Let us unite in our determination to create a world that is fair, sustainable, and harmonious for all living beings on this planet. For the last, I'll say sorry for the unpleasant things or discomforting situation. Thank you so much. God bless us and farewell.
Everybody next year.